Hello. This is the 31st of October, 2020, year of our Lord. And I see David has joined with us, and we've got Michael and Nikki and new fella Chris Cave and Lewis operating the board. And we'll probably have stragglers coming in and get a bit more of a crowd here going. But again, we do like to go through the formality of attempting to harmonize with the higher spiritual forces of the universe and asking blessings from them so that we might the battle between the forces of good and evil is a very serious battle, and it transcends this physical realm, in my opinion at least. And it's important to try to go through this little ritual here. So if there's no objection, champion of truth and justice in the universe, true God, Yahweh Jehovah, God of Abraham, please send your angels with your Holy Spirit to guide and direct us, help us to have a constructive discussion here, strategy, brainstorming sessions so that we might develop effective strategy for dispelling the forces of evil on this earth and for bringing freedom and peace and happiness and truth and justice to the people who are concerned about harmonizing with these righteous principles, which, as Mr. Blackstone said, you yourself, true God, conform, because you set these in motion. These are the rules. In the name of your precious Son, Jesus Yeshua, that at least some of us believe championed these principles and ideals 2,000 years ago, in his name we humbly pray these things. Amen. Thank you all. And we might go ahead and do a brief review of, we're getting into a groove here. Agenda item 2, I think it's good to keep, to open the discussion with regular pattern of reviewing the issues before us. And we do have agenda item 2 is yes, the benefits and advantages of organizing under the 12 superstate model. This will be just a brief review unless we decide to get into a deeper discussion. In making some of the video clips and reviewing our last conference, we'd had quite a good discussion about this, again, because it's now at the top of our agenda in item 2. And the audio conference in later portions, probably about the hour and a half, hour 45-minute mark, in last week's conference, I got a compliment from our good patriotic ally David Scheid for a more clear explanation that I finally came up with of how the underneath the superstates there's what we're calling mini-states for the time being. And so when we assemble a supreme jury for the United States of America and we just cherry-pick people that we think are responsible people that we get along with, that seem to us to have good reputations, and we recognize them as being delegates juris for each of the 12 superstates in our map on the web page. David did correctly point out that that's exactly what we're supposed to be against because it's top-down authoritarianism assuming control. But I came up with the explanation that had been floating through my mind, and I think I've articulated it in text, but not verbally, at least not so clearly before. And I'd like to just kind of recapsulate that, and I do believe it's going to, I'm going to have a single video on it too here soon from the last one, and I'll do it again here. Maybe we'll do it twice. Is that when we fill a vacant office, like for the superstate of Florida and Georgia there, we can, it's a temporary thing. It's just so to prime the pump, so to speak. And as soon as the mini-states underneath the Florida-Georgia superstate, southeast superstate, however you want to call it, the mini-states underneath that superstate, there's one person that's been appointed or has assumed the vacant office himself or herself. As soon as there starts coming in other people underneath, then there's a community there to make sure that the representative of the community is organically accountable to the community, to the constituent assembly. And so even though we are filling vacant offices in an authoritarian appointment, top-down type of manner, and that is generally against our principles, it's just to so-called prime the pump or get the machinery rolling. Once people see that there's things happening in their individual superstate, and they recognize the value of being a qualified elector participant in the process that's being developed, the consensus building process that's being developed for their superstate, then they can take motive and inspiration to go ahead and begin participating. And if they think the person that has gotten the appointment to lead that superstate in that manner is not the best spokesperson for their particular superstate, then they can hold a vote of confidence and subject the temporary leader. Everything is pro tem. It's organic. Everything is subject to immediate recall. They can hold a vote of confidence and ask the other person to step down, release his position of authority, and at the same time have votes of confidence on everybody in the smaller constituent assembly there, and whoever is gaining more level of confidence from the vote of the constituent assembly, it will be that person's chair to go ahead and move in and represent the entire superstate. So I kind of wanted to review that because I realized after David pointed it out to me that's the organic process right there. That's where it starts getting it. That's where it gets its legitimacy, is from the consent of the governed. The people are approving for it. So anyway, we'll just take a moment here on item 2 to talk to superstates, but I should yield here. Comments, questions, anybody?
This is David. I might as well just, since you've kind of gave me some credit for having brought that up, that to me legitimizes what it is that you've been talking about. It's a dynamic process. It's not a something that's static and frozen in time. It's something that is, as people come in, they are included, and there's no personal hostilities or anything like that. It's a vote, like you said, a vote of confidence. So that made me feel a whole lot better just coming to their understanding, and I thank you for addressing that issue. I yield.
Thank you, David. Is there anyone else having any comments or questions there? Hearing none. I see Elizabeth Seawald is with us. Welcome, Elizabeth. Well, let's progress on to item 3. And thank you for tracking with me here, Lewis. Yes. Building our self-governing communities. Here, I'm going to pull up that document, the Building Self-Governing Communities document. Notice of the formation of responsibly self-governing communities. This is, when I'm editing the videos there, I'm going through it and I'm realizing that there are particular points that need to be drawn out. And this is really where we get our empowerment. This is the main document to rely on, to study, and we could probably spend the entire conference just talking about this document. But there's portions in it. Let me see if I can get to the end here. Scrolling down towards the end. Yes, near the bottom. Constructive criticisms of all statement made herein are invited. All parties having any objections to our declarations made herein, please declare your lawful basis for such in a prompt and timely manner, or else stand presumed to have agreed by your default as to the truth of these declarations. Okay, so when any of us present this document to the local or state or national de factos, municipal governmental authorities, and they refuse to respond, as they frequently will, then
Charles, one moment. We've got some background. I believe it's coming from Michael, not Mike in Florida. If you could use *6 to mute yourself, and then *6 to unmute if you'd like to comment. I think that's where the echo is coming from.
Okay, sorry.
No,
I'm not sure how to do that, but I'll figure it out.
Okay, if you're on the computer dialing in, there should be a microphone that you should be able to click to mute or unmute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Charles, Charles, this might be a good place to, could you give Lewis the page number where you just got through reading from so that we can all take a look at it and be on the same page?
Sure. Thank you, David. Go ahead, Charles. What page is that?
It's page 15 of 15. It's the last page right above my signature line.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I believe I at least once or twice referenced that in the text of the document too, and same on the constructive notice of treason that's kind of throwing the gauntlet down in front of them. Yes. And see their entire commercial and administrative process, their military process, Admiralty Maritime, it all works on defaults and paperwork going back and forth. They accomplish a lot when you're sent a bill and things. If you don't respond to it and contest to it, it's presumed to be true. And so anyway, they're familiar with the process of receiving paperwork and not responding to it creates a default. There are rules. It's not common law, but it's good to use to lay the groundwork. And so at that juncture, see, we in last conference we talked quite a bit, and I imagine we will again. Well, we're in item number 3 now. Let me see. Get my glasses on. Yes, treason remedy and building communities. We're and it segues into item 4, where we go with our oath of office for our qualified electors and our town constables and our JLP officers. See, when we do this, when we start getting people that are volunteering to serve as town constables and judicial officers for our precincts in our 100 courts, if we've already sent out the document that we're looking at here, and there's been like 30 days past, and they haven't objected, then we've got the right to push the envelope. It would be prudent, before actually doing anything serious, it would be prudent to do follow-up phone calls or go into their office and ask them and confront them. Maybe have a video recorder going to just make the record that you're in that office, you're talking to them about it. But at that point, once we get our defaults really solid, especially for people like county attorneys that purport to be the big law professors for the entire county, or the city attorneys they purport to be the big law gurus for the city, then when they default and they run and hide, or again, there may be a possibility that they'll admit that we got the right to do this. Either way, we win. And the concerns about like Michael's frequently expressed the apprehension that they'll charge us with simulating legal process, and they'll come in with their SWAT teams and drag us off to jail, and we'll die in jail like some of the other guys, like right there in Florida, have happened. It's nasty power that we're up against. But when we lay the groundwork through the paperwork, like what we're talking about with these constructive notice documents, and we've got maybe just a handful, just one or two people supporting us going into offices like this would be enough to take their color of legitimacy away from them, and to start moving in the vacuum.
But anyway, in the 70s, he.
Interesting. There was another thought jumping in my mind, but I lost it there. I should pause here. Comments, questions, anybody? Okay. Yes. I know what the other thought was. There's most states have statute sections on how to deal with emergencies, and as the constructive notice of treason document points out, a lot of these usurpations, including the whole coronavirus thing, where they are they're turning America into a military police state, is all done through declarations of emergency. The U.S. Senate report in our let's see.
That 1970?
That's pretty close. The citations document. When we do citations recognizing a massive conspiracy. It's 1973, United States. I'm looking at it on my screen. I don't know if Lewis can bring it up there, but it's on our webpage under Supreme Court of Law, treason. And U.S. Senate Report number 93.549, and it's in 1973, and it talks about U.S. Emergency war powers. And I can read from it a little bit. I think that would be a good segue here. A majority of the people of the United States have lived all of their lives under emergency rule, period. For 40 years, freedoms and governmental procedures guaranteed by the Constitution have, in varying degrees, been abridged by laws brought into force by states of national emergency. Okay. The problem of how a constitutional democracy reacts to great crises, however, far antecedes the Great Depression. As a philosophical issue, its origins reach back to the Greek city-states and the Roman Republic. And in the United States, actions taken by the government in times of great crisis have, from at least the Civil War, in important ways shaped the present phenomenon of a permanent state of national emergency. And I think this is very instructive. Let me go ahead and read the final paragraph here. American political theory and emergency government was derived from John Locke, the English political philosopher whose thought influenced the authors of the Constitution. Locke argued that the threat of national crisis, unforeseen, sudden, and potentially catastrophic, required the creation of broad executive emergency powers to be exercised by the chief executive in situations where the legislative authority had not provided a means or procedure of remedy. Referring to emergency power in the 14th chapter of his second treatise on civil government as prerogative, Locke suggested that it should be left to the discretion of him that has the executive power, since in some governments the lawmaking power is not always in being and is usually too numerous and too slow for the dispatch of requisite executions, and because also it is impossible to foresee, and so bylaws provide for all accidents and necessities that may concern the public, or make such laws as will do harm, and blah, 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 blah. Of worthy note there is the lawmaking power is not always in being and is usually too numerous and too slow for the dispatch of requisite executions. So this admission that we need a nimble, quick government and executive authority brings us back to the big debate about whether or not monarchy under the common law tradition should be a model of government that is worthy of consideration. Because they're saying right here that there's no way around getting around centralizing power in the executive whenever there's an emergency. And right now we're under probably over 1,000 declarations of emergency. That's what mostly these executive orders that presidents have been making are all in place, are all about. And so we've got executive tyranny in one form or another anyway, but if we surround it and we make that office that has that supreme authority under no separation of powers, if we make that accountable to the grassroots as the consensus building process, as with a jury foreman in common law tradition, he's elected by the members of the jury, and he's the spokesperson for the jury. And so it can all come together if we respect these common law principles that are based upon biblical Torah law, and have preserved a lot of these dynamics. So I should probably pause there. I covered a little bit of territory. Comments, questions, anybody?
May I? Just Chris.
Chris, yes, go ahead.
Well, these pretextual emergencies, and we all have heard Rahm Emanuel, and I think somebody said it before him, never let a crisis go to waste. It's my contention the term crisis is really a compound word, and it's the cry of Isis for war ad infinitum, as she is the goddess of death, destruction, war, bloodlust, and sexuality. So whenever the executive becomes a defective executive and starts perverting the crises to his own self-interest for his own political gains or other reasons, it becomes a very dangerous situation. As Bastiat said in his treatise of law, the defect of man is nature to be self-interested, is something we always have to keep a vigilant watch upon. With that, I'll go let somebody else speak, but I've observed this for many, many years in my life, that we always have these created emergencies that really false flag operations. That's what their specialty is, to drive public opinion in the direction that the executive wants it to go. So with that, I'll let someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, quite a bit of background noise on you there, Chris. Other comments, questions?
Yeah, if I may, this is Michael in Florida. I think it's time we, the people, make a declaration of emergency. It's time that we declare that we recognize the emergency as a universal threat by the actions of the de facto. And this is something that I put together about a year ago, and I drafted a document, and you can read it at www.declarationofemergency.com. And we're beyond, discussing the symptoms. We've been doing this for 40, 50 years. Many people have. It's time we, start putting together solution-oriented strategies and organizing. And chatter and talk about the symptoms needs to continue because there are a lot of uneducated, ignorant people. So we need to continue that, but that is not our focus, and I think all of us on this call would agree with that. But it's time we, the people, make our own declaration of emergency. I yield.
Thank you, Michael. I can't. I saw we got an echo there. Somebody needs to mute.
And that's the other Michael, if I may, Charles. And Michael, what state are you? Not Michael in Florida. The other Michael that that has the echo.
Michael, is it echo coming from me? I'm still trying to figure out how to turn the microphone off, and I can't figure it out. I'm sorry.
Yes, the echo is coming from you. Somewhere there, you should see a microphone that simply allows you to mute and unmute. If you've downloaded the the software to screen share, it's in the left corner. If you're operating a PC, I'm not sure where it would be if you're operating a Mac, but you're able to mute your line.
I see a picture for a handset. When I click on that, it makes the sound and the mic go away. If I bring it back, I can hear you.
Do you see a section for sharing either your line or your video?
Okay, I found something that says permissions, use the microphone. And
you do have to give it permission to use your microphone. That's how we hear you. But you have the ability to mute your mic if you're not speaking. And I don't hear anything now. So I'm hoping that it worked out.
Yes, that is a lot better. And that is Michael Smith from California, I do believe. That man has real good reputation, too. I'm really glad Chris and Mike Smith and is coming together with all of my other very talented, patriotic friends here. We've really got a lot of talent here in the community. I'm really delighted about it. But,
if I may, Michael,
yes.
Florida.
Yes.
Could we have Mike give us a little bio on himself, kind of like Chris did?
I suppose, Michael Smith, are you up to that? If you can unmute yourself.
Now
there,
we're
Michael.
not hearing any. Yeah, he's muted. He's got himself muted.
It's maybe complex to get in and out of muting there. Well, maybe we'll get more opportunity as time goes on here. I think it is worthy to kind of pursue this issue about the emergency declarations being used to engineer tyranny and despotism over us. Yes, I recall now, thank you, God, the inspiration of where I was going with all that is that most states' statutory codifications have sections on how to deal with emergencies, and Oregon's is really, really clear. It says clearly in Oregon statute that the policy of dealing with emergencies is to be as local as possible. In fact, it says that's the only reasonable way to do it. Big government can't do it. They don't have the resources. It's got to be done on a locality-by-locality basis. That's the only mechanical way that you're going to be able to deal with serious emergencies. Okay? It's natural law. You can't fight it. When we have statutes recognizing things like that, and keeping the peace is an emergency, and so is administering justice. Okay, and so with proper articulation of these undercurrents, we can put the de factos in a checkmate, because through their public school system and everything, they've engineered us to be stupid and to be dependent upon them. They've got us like addicted to crack cocaine or something that we can't get. We need the nanny state to take care of us because we've never weaned ourselves off of the sugar tit to become mature, to become fully developed. And that's what we need to do, and they don't like it because they want to, because they're parasitical in their essential nature. They're siphoning lifeblood and energy off of us. They don't want us to mature. And that's the essence of the constructive notice of treason document that's related here too, as I'm sure all of you are fully aware. So anyway, I covered quite a bit there. Comments, questions, anybody?
This is David. Well, first of all, I just wanted to say that I've gone to the declaration that Michael wrote, the people of America make declaration of national emergency. You know what? When you did that a year or so ago, I actually appreciated it so much that I took the excerpt of that entire thing and I put it into some documents that I sent to probably the U.S. Department of Justice and some others to let them know that based on the supporting evidence I was providing, I had reason to stand behind that declaration. So I've taken that declaration, you've got it publicly posted, it's not been retracted or anything like that, and I have served that, in so to speak, onto the national level. So just to let, and I think I probably copied you back then in the documentation that I had sent out. So just wanted to remind you about that. So there was something else I was going to add, but while I'm in my old age trying to think of what it was, then I'll just yield for a moment. I yield.
Yeah, David, that was Michael in Florida's
correct
document about emergencies that you were quoting from?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Comments, questions, anybody else? Hearing none.
If I may, Michael, Florida, just wanted to thank David for that heads up there on that. That's great. Just wanted to also give a piece of notice here. On Friday, we went to a gun store, combination gun store pawn shop, and it's owned by a man and his two sons. And I've been there, probably a year or two ago, one time, maybe twice. Didn't really engage them in any particular conversation, bought a few items. They have a nice selection. And made a few purchases a couple years ago, year and a half ago. But I went back Friday and found them to be very, very positive in their conversation regarding the formation of a county neighborhood watch group militia. And they agreed that the time has come that, we start thinking outside the box. And it was a very positive engagement that we had for about 40 minutes, and it was encouraging. And they definitely want to stay in touch, and they even informed me, the father did, that they have even begun creating a loose-knit group of close friends that have pledged to protect each other and come to one another's aid when needed. So the time is starting to be recognized by many people, common people, that we need to start, efforts of protection, And this is a good sign. This is a very good sign. Years ago, you talked to people about creating a neighborhood watch group or militia, and they look at you deer in the headlights. But things have changed, and this is what we need to take advantage of. Our time has come. We seek peace and resolution, not revolution. And this needs to be stated and known to all those that intercept our transmissions for investigative purposes by the government, and it needs to be known that we seek peaceful resolution, and that we are simply in a mode of self-preservation. And when I made this announcement, I told them at the pawn shop gun store, I made an announcement at the local county commissioners meeting, and that we have citizens, needing and wanting a militia to protect us. And they thought that was great. And it stirred the conversation, and that was another good sign. So I just want to let everybody know about that, at least down here in Florida, and I know other states are in the same manner. But down here, it's alive and well, and freedom is being protected. So I just want to let everybody know that. Thank you. Over.
May I share? Just Chris. Part of the situation that I have been drug into out here is because of my activism and advocacy at county commission meetings. Here, I don't know how it is in other county commissions, although I suggest that there might be some similarity in some places. They have a pit of vipers that are all attorneys sitting there, probably 20 or 30 or more. And I had the audacity one day to point out that the bar has assimilated all separated powers and in violation of the Smith Act, the Brown Act, the Grand Lanham Act, Sherman Antitrust Act, and several other anti-monopoly regulations and laws that they violated by assimilating all powers of government under their so-called private association they call the bar. The daggers that were thrown at me with the eyes from that pit of vipers did not go unnoticed. It wasn't much after that lots of things happened, but nevertheless, a more important point about your local areas and your self-governing prospects, it occurs to me that the battle that I'm going against the city of Oklahoma, the county of Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma for stealing private grants of land made patent, which are the highest form of land ownership that exists here in America because they're fee simple, absolute, alloidal titles to the heirs or assigns forever, is a perfect scenario for like-minded people who love liberty and freedom to create their own self-governing communities within the corporate states they lie coterminantly within. And I'm kind of curious what the views of the people on this call might be in regard to that, but I think that's effectively how they created the alleged city-state of D.C., the District of Criminals, from Virginia and Maryland and some other aspects of land that they created a state within a state, in fact, a corporate vassal state. So I'm curious to see what others think about possibly formulating your own nation-state of a republic inside the corporate states that have been taken over by the federalist scheme of management, if you don't mind. Thank you.
This is David. Can I'd like to run something to address both of the last speakers, Michael and Mike, or Mike in Florida. I wanted to let him know that here in Michigan, and anybody else that's here in Michigan can take note, that I went to a meeting in Oakland County probably about 2.5 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. It was a Second Amendment meeting of and the people that were giving the talk were from Livingston County. So we've got Livingston County, which has already put together a something of an emergency. I don't know the right words to say, but they have everything from communications set up to working with local police, without local police, either one, however they want to do it, in securing and they were able to deal with an organized planning of BLM in Livingston County, where the BLM came in with the intent to create problems, and they put together something that was able to meet and spot and use communication tools to thwart problems, and it ended up being peaceful as things went. And they were coming into Oakland County to share the how-to of putting that together. Anyway, I wanted to say that. And then as far as Mike goes, I think that was Mike Smith, but he said Oklahoma.
David, if I might, I believe that was Chris Cave that spoke right before you, not Michael Smith.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Let me come back to you because I'm just not thinking very quickly today, but I did have something to say about that, and it'll come back to me. Thank you.
Can Michael Smith say something?
Michael, yes.
In California, I wanted to talk very quickly about the issue of militia, and then I'll try to figure out how to shut my mic off again. The only way I've been able to figure out how to turn the mic off is I have to back off of the program and then come back in. I presume everybody has studied intensively the Declaration of Resolves of the First Continental Congress of 1774. The first paragraph starts out, whereas since the close, and I'm just saying this from memory, I may not say everything correct, whereas since the close of the last war, the British Parliament claiming a power of right to bind the American people by statute in all cases whatsoever. Now, for me, statutory law is admiralty or military rule, but we can go into that later if you want. And it goes on to say they've created all kinds of acts without the people's consent and created commissions that have for the purpose of raising a revenue. So way back then, the people then were fighting the very things that we're fighting today. And then it says in the very end, it says, and they've imposed admiralty law within the body of a county. Well, the law that should be in the county, of course, is a common law, which is not military rule. It's not admiralty law. But nobody today understands that. I'm a substitute teacher now. I used to teach school full time. And when I talk to kids, even in junior high and high school, they have no idea what common law is. They don't understand that police are operating to impose statutory law, which is military rule. Now, from my viewpoint and what I've studied, everything that's going on is by a very select group of very wealthy people around the world who meet and operate under secret societies, and they have unbelievable wealth, trillionaires, and it's all hidden from us. And they pay everybody off to lie. And I can go on and on. If you heard Brother Gregory talk this morning from 8 to 10, he went into great detail about this, which was just fantastic what I've heard. And I urge you to listen to him on Saturdays from 8 to 10. But the issue is that, let me not lose my train of thought, we think about ourselves as being able to form militias. But if you look in the Constitution and the secret societies and the wealthy British people wrote in the Constitution that the militia is now to be controlled by Congress. It says a well-regulated militia. And if we try to form militias now, they contend that that's unlawful and they can go after us. Now, if I'm incorrect about any of that, talk about that. But it's how you get people today to form militias when it's thought that under military rule that we're under, they can go after the militias and dissolve them. Now, that's all I wanted to say now. And I'll try to turn my mic off.
Thank you, Michael. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good. I do think we are capable of doing intellectual swordplay debate with the people that say that it's all centralized in the legislative assembly of the state to control the militias. We could fight that battle, but there's a much easier way of addressing the issue, and it's beautifully constitutional, because the state and its legislative assembly are nothing more than their political subdivisions. Their constituent members of the state is the counties, and the militia percolates up. It comes up from the counties to be organized by the state, the government of the state, and so there is no militia unless at the county level the term for organizing these same people is posse comitatus. And if you'll recall, we've got in federal statute a little thing called the Posse Comitatus Act that is extremely powerful in indicating that military officers of the United States military are not to be used inside the borders of the United States. And like the statute I quoted from Oregon, all emergencies are to be dealt with at the local level. Okay, that means that Posse Comitatus is more local than the word militia. And so if we're just talking in terms of organizing militia, then we circumvent that entire argument. I'm sure it's true, Michael, exactly what you say, that they're claiming that gets to be totally regulated by legislative assembly. And again, I do think we could win that argument if we wanted to engage in it. But it's so much easier to just say, well, do you object to us organizing posse comitatus? They got no ground to try to object to organizing posse comitatus in the counties, and that's pure common law tradition. So I really think it's an easy slam dunk to get around there if we just focus on the common law principle of decentralization of power, and instead of thinking at the bigger level, at the state level, to be thinking of the component constituent members at the county level. I'd yield at that point.
If I may, I'd like to address that.
Yeah.
It was dealing with the affirmative defense. If there is such an act or any kind of a federal statute or anything like that on which you fear that they may depend on or can rest on, then I would say let's look at whether or not they are using it. And if they are not, then they have to provide an affirmative defense for themselves against our allegations that they are in gross negligence, criminal gross negligence and dereliction of their duty to use it to, in an affirmative action type of a way. So I yield. Did anybody hear me?
Sorry, I was muted, jabbering away and muted. I really think the most efficient way to counter this military police state agenda that's coming at us is my thought. Where'd my thought go?
Posse comitatus, and I agree with that. I'm just saying that on the other side of that same coin, we can push the other issue as well. I yield.
Oh yeah, point well taken. And the most efficient way of responding, instead of talking about what they can't do, I think it's much more quick and efficient and into the real world. We need to catapult into the real world of on-the-ground activism. We need to have our deputy constables, our constables, and our qualified electors are deputy constables. It's really great. To have our peace officers, constables and deputy constables, show up with badges, ID cards, and say, I'm here to address this emergency issue. And this goes to a thought I was thinking about earlier. I believe in Minneapolis, after the George Floyd murder by those brutal Nazi cops, the certain cities, I think Minneapolis, I forget what the email said or the webpage, but they're dismantling their police department. And further, the webpage article said that people are going into the streets and because riots are breaking out, that the bad people are rioting. And it's probably high-level Masons and stuff that are behind that rioting. Anyway, good people are going to the streets and they're patrolling and they're keeping the peace without any color of legitimacy whatsoever. They don't even know about town constables and peace officers. Okay? And they're doing it and they're getting away with it and nobody's stopping them. If those people had town constable badges, peace officer badges, and they were operating out of their own sovereign local township jurisdictions, they would be even more powerful and legitimate. And they're already getting away with it without even having any legitimate common law authority. They're just filling the vacuum out of the nature of the emergency. So I really think that should prompt us all to realize that there's very little to fear if we would just push forward with getting our town constables and qualified electors deputized as deputy peace officer constables, yes,
May I?
I think there's so much empowerment there. I should yield and allow other comments and questions. I yield.
Can I make a comment, Michael, in Southern California? I don't know if go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I've asked twice for may I, and I think that takes precedent. Thank you. I think he makes some valid points, Charles. The gentleman that referred to the militia and that the government would define it as an illegal act, and we could possibly find ourselves in trouble, like simulating a legal process. However, self-preservation is something that we are all entitled to. How we do that and what we call the effort is our prerogative. It is our right to call it what we will and to do what we want to protect ourselves. We have that right. And it is guaranteed in the Constitution that a free state, be allowed to have a militia, a well-regulated militia, a well-trained militia, a well-equipped militia. And to keep the state free, do you think Caesar is going to be the head of that effort? No. We, the people, are the governors of our freedom. We are the protectors of our freedom, not Caesar, not the Senate, not the House, not the governor of any particular state. It is up to us to protect ourselves. We want the governments of the various states to continue. We are not advocating any overthrow of governments, but we are advocating throwing off tyranny, which is guaranteed to us in our Constitution. So we do need to be very definitive in what we do, how we do it, and how we declare it. And when it comes to county self-preservation, it needs to start at the grassroots level, at the gun stores, at the gun shows, at the pawn shops, at the churches. And that's why I publicly declared this announcement 2 weeks ago before our county commissioners. I told them that we've been holding assembly meetings, we've been holding town hall meetings, and on numerous occasions, citizens have expressed their grave concern to be protected. And they knew and they understand the police, the sheriffs can't be everywhere all the time. And because the threat is growing, it is a pervasive threat, that we need to start organizing ways to protect ourselves in our neighborhood, in our zip codes. So I think the gentleman's comments are well-founded, that yes, we need to be careful in how we go about doing this. And I think proper notice, like I did verbally at the county commission, and we need to do it also in written form. These are all manners and methods that will protect us from, being accused of illegal or unlawful activity. When we give notice, we are not hiding anything. We are doing it in the open, and I think this act of transparency will be an insurance policy for us in the long term. I yield. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just real quick, Michael Smith in Southern California. I'm sure are we all familiar with the document, Police Are Unconstitutional by Roger Roots? It's multi-pages. It's an excellent document. He talks about the fact that there were no police in America until 1836, and they appeared in Washington, D.C. first. Then the other gentleman who was one of the promoters of the NRA, I can't remember his name at the moment, He has an article on the internet called "When the People Were Police." If you've noticed lately, as a result of these riots, cities are saying they're going to defund the police, and then people are saying, "Well, gee, if we can't call the police, who do we call?" We call ourselves, as you've just explained. We are the police. We're supposed to protect our property and our counties and our cities. We are supposed to come together and run things in our townships. And I know you know all these things. We're not supposed to have some military group of police. And on a couple of times I've gotten traffic tickets and I was able to get them to give up when I told them that I've got 1,000 pages of documents and I'm going to show that cops are unconstitutional. All of a sudden they decided not to let me file those documents, and they figured out a way to give up the thing is, amongst all the things that we have to do, we've got to try to educate all the rest of the citizens to understand that we don't need police. We are the police. We're supposed to come together and protect our neighborhoods, just like you said, by having our constables and following all that. As a school teacher, we don't even teach that in schools. I see it's not being taught, and so I feel tense and frustrated that it's being hidden from the people, the truth of what our sovereignty is, and to get the people to stand on their own. We don't need police. We're supposed to be the police and protect ourselves. We're all supposed to be armed, be responsible about guns, and maintain the common law ourselves. And if anybody disagrees with me, tell me if anything I've said is incorrect. I yield.
This is David in Michigan. I'm hearing an echo that's distracting.
Yeah, the echo's really bad. Somebody needs to mute, please. That echo's really bad.
I think it was. Okay, good. Thank you. I concur totally with what Mike in California has said. I just wanted to point out that I've been a school teacher myself in the public school system, and I have observed the very same thing. My sentiments are the same. I also remembered now what the person in Chris, I think, is in Oklahoma had mentioned. I think it was him that brought up the fact that the bar attorneys have usurped all three branches of government. And that, I wanted to just point out that that it's our position to call them out on that, like I think you were talking about, and that the way that I've done it, and I've been doing it for a long time, is calling them as they are, domestic terrorists is the term that I'm using, and I've got backing for that with all the criteria filled, and I yield.
If I might add on to your comments regarding the bar, truly the bar was brought here from other parts of the world, Britain and other locations, as a warring force. I have read their stuff fairly intently, and I can assure you that they are here to destroy this country, from Hamilton and others that were agents of the Crown. In fact, it's very likely, whenever we examine the terms very carefully, it could be the Bar Ra'itish or the Barkhans agency registry. The Barkhans, of course, they're the speakers for the king or the potentate to ensure that. In fact, the policy men that we call policemen, who enforce the policies, the canons, the statutes, the codes. I've recently come a couple of really interesting citations. Overton versus U.S., I think, is one of them. I'm not at my resources, and it's a fairly new case for me. But we know that Barron versus the city of Baltimore tell us the police are not there to protect us, but to protect the corporations. And that is exactly what we're seeing, and the rise of the warrior cop is a very dangerous scenario for the American people, because these policy agents have been infiltrated. All the agencies of government are private for private profits corporations that are listed on Dun & Bradstreet. Sorry about the background noise. And they are absolutely self-interested, and most of the agencies of government have been weaponized against we the people. And I think that's basically because of the actions of the Barkans themselves, the black-robed priests of Baal, who masquerade as judges and its horns, who twist the words to their own predatory advantage. With that, I'll let someone else chime in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like to point out Black's fifth definition of the police power. Quoting, I'm looking at it here. Authority conferred by the American constitutional system in the 10th Amendment upon the individual states, and in turn delegated to local governments, through which they are enabled to establish a special department of police, adopt such laws and regulations as tend to prevent crime and secure generally the comfort, safety, morals, health, and prosperity of its citizens by preserving public order, blah, blah, blah. It goes on. But the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was allegedly a document established by the people, and thereunder they're claiming, these fork-tongued lawyers are claiming that the people, being so stupid we can't self-police, we can't self-govern, we need to give the federal government power to declare that the state governments have power to delegate to the local counties and the local cities, jackbooted Nazis, to walk around in our local communities and make sure there's no crime. See, this is such an unnatural perversion of the natural laws of our ability to defend ourselves. It's turned on its head. It's absolutely insane, especially when it's contradistinguished, hold it side by side with the common law model, where every 10 households of qualified electors in a local community, they get to elect their own peace officer that has all of the authority of any police officer. Okay, so it's the police power is absolutely certifiable insanity when compared to the common law jurisdiction that we're talking about here. And I just wanted to point that out too. Lots of good comments. I yield.
Charles, if I could very quickly, we were talking about the Bar Association, the British Accreditation, can't say that word, registry. Do we all remember that the original 13th Amendment was to disallow attorneys, no titles of nobility, and that has been disappeared and covered up. And it was very interesting that right after that, the British invaded Washington and went in and destroyed a lot of documents and all that sort of thing. But I'm sure some of us or all of us know that there was an effort on the part of the patriotic people of America to stop and block attorneys. In America in the 16th and early 17th centuries, the Christian people would not allow attorneys to even practice law in America. So I yield.
I might add that the 8th and 9th Amendments, I could be wrong, maybe it's the 9th or 10th, both have the same basic limiting language of limiting those who are agents of the crown, titles of nobility, as what it's claimed to be in the constitutional phraseology, are restricted from holding offices in government. And you're right, the TONA Act, the Titles of Nobility Act, the original 13th that was eradicated, sorry for the noise. Being a former multi-jurisdictional law enforcement professional and actual public servant to guard, protect, and defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, as we're supposed to do, I had done quite a bit of research, and the shires of the reeve, the sheriff is where that comes from, the shire of the reeve, the sheriff, is supposed to be the highest officer of law enforcement in the county, although there's pretty good schools of thought that tell us that the coroner is the higher office. However, the sheriff office in many counties have been usurped by the county commissions, who, per their payment for employment contracts through the languages subject to the county commission, have usurped the power of the sheriff and made him act as an administrator, director of the police and sheriff's offices in the areas, and therefore they have stripped him of his ultimate authority and put them subject to the county commission's wishes. That's why under the doctrine of agent superior and the law of agency, notice agency is notice principle, the county commission is one of the key people you want to go after if you're bringing a suit under a 42-1983 or a RICO or a Bivens action against these bad actors masquerading as public servants. Thank you.
Excellent insight, Chris. In Oregon, the statutes declare that the county commissioners have all the duties of a county court. Okay, and the county court is the proper terminology. That's common law terminology for county government. And the sheriff isn't the shire of the reeve, he's the reeve of the shire. The shire is another word for county. The word county is a French word. The word shire is Anglo-Saxon.
I stand corrected.
All right, thank you. And those in Oregon, the statutes clearly declare that the county commissioners have the duties of the county court, so that places them under common law jurisdiction. If you have the key ingredient is to bring a complaint before the county court, thereby with a complaint you're invoking the jurisdiction of the county court and giving it life. And when you have your complaint before the county court and the commissioners refuse to do their duty to function as county court officials, then at that point they're subject to removal from office, and we, the people, can move into the vacuum and take control of the government there. I do believe that's the optimal pathway. I should probably yield there. I yield.
Now, I can see that happening in Wayne County. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody else.
No, go ahead with Wayne County.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say I think I can see that happening in Wayne County because there's enough people, I believe, and Lewis can correct me if I'm wrong, there's enough people in Wayne County that would have a voice to be able to speak to the corruption of the Wayne County Commission and the long-term corruption that's been going on there. Speaking for myself and what I've seen of Oakland County before, I've made presentations to Oakland County that are pretty strong, along with some others, in the Oakland County Commission, to let them know of the crimes that are going on, and it falls on deaf ears. A lot of them are bar attorneys, and if you go to, I wasn't sure if Charles was talking about when you go to the court, and if he was talking about seeing the commission as a court, or if he's talking about going to the court and pulling in the commission. But either way, the whole thing's run by bar attorneys. I yield.
I was going to make the point, if you'll allow me, that I've learned that we have to be very cautious with the terms we use and quantify them sometimes, and to be specific. And I've learned that when I talk about common law, that there are several different forms of common law. And I want to preface it with the qualifier American common law, as it was founded in this country, being based upon the Anglican or the English. Been a twisted man is what English means, common law, from the Magna Carta 1215. And so there are many things that we do that when we speak we have to be a little more careful how we qualify them, because when the bar attorneys talk about common law, they're talking about the jus divini, the law of the king, being the superior potentate and having all the powers that a despot would have, or a tyrant, and that's a very dangerous concept. So when we do these things, I think it behooves us to be cautious and be particularly explanative and to define our terms. As Voltaire says, or let them be turned against us as word war weapons and launched back at us to destroy us with our own words if we're not careful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, the devil is in the details, and using our words precisely is of extreme importance. I think you referenced, Chris, there that common law came from Magna Carta 1215. I would like to point out what I refer to as common law is an even more ancient version that was in existence prior to the Norman conquest of 1066 AD. That's 150 years earlier than Magna Carta. And that was a pure form of common law that Mr. Blackstone recognizes is related to Israelite Torah law. Somehow, mysteriously, the laws of Israel have formed the basis of the common law that was in existence in England up until the Norman conquest of England in 1066 AD, and that's pure common law. What you're talking about is all the forked tongue bar member attorneys are talking about different versions of common law that incorporates tyranny and despotism. That's because the Roman Empire model of government came into England in 1066 AD and adulterated and perverted the common law, the true common law, and they created a perverted form of common law where the juries and the sheriff were nothing less than sock puppets for the tyrant Roman emperor king that was posturing as being a Christian common law king, but he was really a devil-worshipping a Roman emperor that had his own God complex. And so there's only one real true common law. There are, as you say, multiple versions of the adulterated version of common law. There's English adulterated, perverted common law. There's American adulterated, perverted common law. There's Canadian and Australian adulterated. But we don't need to get tangled up in all that. If we're focusing on the real common law, where the power is really down at the townships and the precincts, then there's no wiggle room for those lawyers to smoke and mirrors us anymore. I yield.
I totally agree with you, Charles. The Creator's common law, the natural law of the Creator, is what we really want to ascribe ourselves to. And that first law is to do no harm and to have no gods before you, before the Creator, no false images or graven images, as they call it. And I certainly agree with that concept. And this is where we've gotten way off path, is going down other versions that have been put forth, that the people have been bamboozled to believe that there's something higher than the Creator. Nothing can be, the created cannot be higher than the Creator. He's still the Creator ever. Never mind what the people do. It's very, very dangerous. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Chris. Others?
Yes, Charles, Cliff.
Oh, hi, Cliff.
All right, how you doing? Okay, I just want to make a comment. I've heard what everybody said. They all make good sense. But we've got to form a third nation, like a common law group, like the Democrats and Republicans, because I don't know if everybody remember, but they put a movie out to tell you how they're going to always come out on top. And that movie was Too Big to Fail. So as long as they keep society thinking they're too big to fail, you're going to have to create another party and destroy this chaos we've got going on. And I yield.
Interesting. Comments, questions from others?
This is David.
David.
I was wondering if you might clarify that reference to Torah law. And the reason why I'm questioning that is because as Mike in Florida has up on his website with the that declaration, he made reference to the USS Liberty being, an Israeli invasion of the USS Liberty. I've been researching that for reasons I can say later on, and how the Israel is the Torah law that you're referencing is post New Testament, and so can you explain that a little bit further?
I don't know, David, where you're getting your frame of reference for your proposition that Torah law means post-New Testament. The context where I referenced Torah law was quoting Mr. Blackstone, said that the common law of the Anglo-Saxons was based upon the Torah laws of Israel, and that specific quote referenced Exodus 18. Torah law is commonly considered those first 5 books of the Bible in Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, and that's usually considered Torah law, although similarly as common law, there are definitions of Torah law that means that it's the universal principles of law, but that's a digression. Generally speaking, it's Exodus 18 is the Torah laws that I was referring to, if that might clarify your point.
No, actually, I was just thinking that if we're talking about just prior to the Norman conquest, and we're talking about England, I guess I'm questioning the reference to the Israeli Torah law. Are you saying that at that time that the Israelis were in England at that time, or help clarify that?
Sure. Mysteriously, somehow and their deep level research can reveal the answer, I do believe, but the laws of Israel, Torah is usually referred to the books of the law, and that's the first 5 books, and that's 3,400 years ago, back when Moses was doing stuff. And Mr. Blackstone wrote in about 1750 that the common law of England is based upon the laws of Israel, and he specifically cited in support thereof Exodus 18, which is the Torah law. Blackstone didn't use the word Torah law himself, but he referenced what is commonly recognizable as Torah law. If that answers your question, I yield.
Well, it answers it in part, in that I understand what the reference is to the first 5 books of the Bible. What I'm trying, and I've just been doing this in the last couple of days here because I've gotten an opportunity to be working with the people behind the exposure of what happened with the USS Liberty. There's been a documentary done on it, 4-part documentary, and there's I've had a screenplay in my possession for at least 2 years, and it might come to fruition. So I've been researching the history of the Israeli movement and Zionism, and and where the Israelis, and Israel as a state in the Palestinian location. And I'm just trying to figure out if, prior to the Norman conquest, if there was Israeli communities established in England at the time, and I haven't heard you address that yet. I yield.
Thank you for focusing more tightly there, David. It's like Chris was saying. It's important to get our vocabulary and our terminology correct. What was created in 1947 wasn't Israel. It was a sock puppet look-alike of Israel to posture and pretend. It's de facto Israel is probably the best way to label it. And
here.
Thank you. And similarly, the Pharisee Jews, they plug into Revelation 2:9 and Revelation 3:9. They're the community of people that say they are Jews but are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. They're de facto Jews. They're pretend Jews. They're legal fiction Jews. And so, thank you. When we're talking about Israelite Torah law and how it's part of our Anglo-American common law tradition, we're not allowing those deceptive Pharisees and their fake state of Israel that was created in 1947. We're not adulterating our conversation with giving them any legitimacy whatsoever. Christianity is the legitimate Israel. Okay? Those Pharisees, those Christ-denying Pharisees, they're not legitimate Israel. They don't keep the peace. They're money-grubbing money changers. They're the ones that the true king of Israel kicked out of the temple. And that's part of why the battle continues on. I just reference Israelite Torah law and things like that because it's all part of the spiritual battle. We gotta cut the enemy off at the knees. See, they'll come in and they'll say, "Well, we're Israelites." You know, even Mr. Trump. I know that we probably got a few Trump fans here, but he's breathing into the fiction that those guys are real Israelites. That somehow the United States of America should support that de facto Pharisee Christ-killing community of fake Israelites. So, did I clarify at all more there, David?
I might be able to add a little bit.
You did, and then some. Thank you. You did it with passion. Let me put it that way. Thank you.
All right, somebody else there?
It was just Chris. 1666, a fellow that we're told his name was Zabbatai Levi or Levi, could have also likely been Shabbatai Levi, wrote Redemption Through Sin, claiming that since we couldn't be perfect beings, then we might be perfect sinners and achieve redemption through that process. A total preposterous nonsense, but if you can give people license to do whatever they want to do with no consequences, it's certainly easy for them to adopt it because of their own self-interest and self-lust. Also, the Shabbataians or Shabbaltians, who the wolves in sheep clothing were very well known for, and of course that was also the moniker for the Mossad, is because they're always portraying themselves as something other than they are. And that's how they infiltrate and take over from within. And of course the enemies from within are far more dangerous than those from without. We've learned that over history. And with that, I think I probably leave this go, but it's just, this is such a deep subject and it's been so convoluted and the falsities have been replaced with the truth. It's very difficult to discern what's really going on, but only through the spirit of discernment and prayerful inquisition are we able to make any sense out of some of this nonsense, in my estimation. Thank you.
Charles, are you muted?
I was. Thank you, Lewis. Jabbering at a mute button. So, where do we go from here, ladies and gentlemen? Further comments, questions? Have we about covered this issue? I think David asked for clarification about how the Torah laws of Israel fit into our common law history, and I think we kind of chased a rabbit a little bit there on what Israel is really all about, which was a healthy thing. It was a good discussion. We needed to get those issues on the table. And we're about 3/4 of the way through our business meeting. I would like to jump on over to what do you got up there? Polling result. Yes. Who is and who is not a qualified elector? This is an important point that, and I think the best model is the legend of Jesus Christ, where he was sending out his disciples in pairs of two, and they were trying to build the kingdom of truth and justice on this earth. And the biblical text is clear that they were separating sheep from goats. It's a separating process. And this happens as described in item 4B in our agenda, referencing our ability to decide for ourselves and for our communities who is and who is not a qualified elector. This is the separating process between the kingdom of darkness and the kingdom of light. And in the kingdom of light, we give everybody plenty of opportunity and to establish a good reputation, and we encourage them to do so. Lots of forgiveness here and opportunity to repent of your erroneous ways, if you even need it. A lot of people don't even need it. Been watching their stuff real close for a long time. But so we got somebody interrupting here.
May I?
Michael.
Yeah, just an inquiry, a point of inquiry. Would you agree that there are different levels of elector status, such as a senior elector status? Would you agree with that?
There are different levels in that the leadership of the township of qualified electors is the town constable. He's at a higher status, and similarly above that is. But did you have something different in mind there, Michael?
No, I think you answered the question, and I'm in agreement. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if I may, that's by an actual election occurring. So, you know, it's by vote that somebody would get that status above anything else. I yield.
Well, if I may pursue this point a little bit further, let's go back in history when the founders were organizing the committees of safety and the committees of correspondence, and they were, you know, seeking men of high quality, great reputation, great character. And would you not agree that those original men that they were seeking were of a higher quality of elector status than perhaps, you know, the commoners? And where I'm going with this is when we set up our judicial review court, however, whatever you want to call it, you know, when we set up a method, a system that we use to measure and examine, investigate situations of criminal conduct, you know, we're not going to want just the common average people that don't know anything, you know, about history or common law, or, you know, what do you do with the common people when we start assembling these review panels, this court that we want to set up, we've got to be careful. We want to make sure that these people are qualified in their knowledge, their understanding. You don't want to put kindergartners with seniors or juniors of high school together and expect, a harmonious communication to occur. So would you not agree that in the beginning stages, such as, 1774, 75, when they were creating the Continental Congress, the committees of safety, there needs to be a manner by which we select, the qualified electors of a higher status, a higher character, to be the I'm without words here. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be, but it's. Do you see where I'm going? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I think I might be able to grab the ball there, Michael.
Elaborate, could you, please?
The community. If you look at the relationship between the townships and the precinct, there's 10 townships to a precinct, and the governing body for the precinct is the 10 town constables from the 10 townships that make up the precinct. And see, at that point, when a case comes before the 100 court, the precinct court, you've already got 10 of your 12 jurors right there ready to go if it requires serious intellectual horsepower rather than familiarity with the individual participants. Now, a lot of cases coming before the precinct court will just be like, well, whether or not somebody trespassed on somebody else's property or busted a window or simple stuff. But if it does require competence in American history or common law history or biblical history or law, then the 10 town constables, those would be people that are not just backwoods hillbillies. Those would be people that have inspired confidence in each of their 10-member township communities. So they would be reasonably presumable to have their group in a group a little bit better than the average street-level qualified elector that's coming in. That's, even our qualified electors are probably pretty smart because they're at least smart enough to figure out that this is a good thing. But the higher you go up through the hierarchy, the more comprehension you have. And this is part of the reason why it's important also to be organizing at the upper level, like David Scheid was concerned about, in that right here in this community, I believe we've got a group right here that can do competition against any other phone conference group or probably any group of lawyers on the planet between all of us. I'm losing my train of thought. Maybe I can pass the ball back to you, Michael, or somebody else there.
Well, I might just say that an answer to one of the questions going back in time is, the qualified elector was a property owner, was not a person of color, was not a woman, et cetera, and so that is how they made that determination, which is all inapplicable today. And addressing what Charles was talking about is I'm familiar with Charles's common law methodology, and from the grassroots, where the qualified electors are basically coming from the home. These townships are composed of 10 households, and each one of those households has their qualified elector that is representative of that household, and that's usually the head of the household. However, that's defined by the household. I yield.
Thank you, David.
This sort of brings to mind something that I've come to a studied conclusion on, and that is the fact that U.S. citizens who vote, basically they're put in a disabled state through the terms of the 14th Amendment, so-called, although we know it was never properly passed into law. That's another discussion. But it's my contention that these black-robed priests of Baal, the Atorns, have basically created a situation where when you register to vote, it's actually a proxy vote under the corporate model. And you, oh boy, almost a rear ender here. Sorry about that. It was right beside me. But whenever you register to vote, it's pursuant to the 14th Amendment. It's other than purposes of being in rebellion, and whenever you vote for president and vice president, which there was never any authorization to do in the original model, that you're committing treason. And therefore, because you're testifying to your incompetency by being something created by the power of Congress, the corrupt de facto Congress, or rump Congress, as we might call it, and their skullduggery and treachery, and inventing the term U.S. citizen as opposed to being a sovereign several state, capital C citizen, or maybe not, because I've done some study on the word term citizen, and I think it actually comes from city denizen, the city law of Rome, Justinian's Code, being a serf or a slave of the city. And so it's my contention that the qualified electors, the landowner, freemen of the location and the counties that we're talking about, are really the true people that are qualified to elect that, and that might be where the electoral college concept was extracted from, although I'm not sure it's pure in its form. And I am curious what others on the call might think about that. So thank you.
May I, Michael, in Florida? I think it's clear that, the requirements of the qualified elector in early America can no longer be used. We all know that women certainly have the right to vote, and any other people that were prohibited from voting previously, that has been proven to be wrong. So we can't use entirely everything that we have in history as a model or a precedent. And I think what we really need to get down to business about is identifying which states are favorable to organizing resistance movement. Because the bottom line is this: we are resisting tyranny. That is the number one focus that we are doing. And we need to identify where the path of least resistance is. And I don't know how many of you are aware of the Second Amendment sanctuary movement that swept the country about 2 years ago, and it started out in Illinois, I believe, and went into Oregon and Washington, and now it's sweeping the country. If you want to look at a map of all the counties in America that have passed resolutions by their county commissioners to protect and give sanctuary to Second Amendment status, you go to Wikipedia, just do a Google search, Second Amendment sanctuary, and Wikipedia has an excellent, exhaustive analysis of all the states and the counties. For example, Florida, we have 67 counties. 41 of those 67 counties have now declared themselves to be a sanctuary for the Second Amendment. This is a very powerful statement that we can use as an identifier to favorable locations and demographics for finding areas that would be favorable to diplomatically infiltrate. I think we really need to shift gears here and get away from all these rabbit holes we go down and all this knowledge that we all possess and showing it to each other. That's all fine and good, and I respect all the knowledge that's here on this conference call, but we really need to start focusing on action and strategy and implementation. And I think a good start to identify favorable locations. I'm looking at a map of the United States by county, and they have the Second Amendment sanctuary counties are in green. And I see Texas has a lot. I see the Midwest has a lot. Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, northern Georgia. And then I look at the state of Florida. Florida's almost filled up entirely green, 41 of our 67 counties. So when I look at this map, I look at Nevada. It's almost entirely green. Almost all of Nevada is a sanctuary county state. I look at Oregon has a huge number. Illinois has a whole lot of counties, believe it or not. Illinois, almost the entire state of Illinois has been infiltrated with Second Amendment sanctuary status advocates. And we really need to get busy about identifying the path of least resistance and get strongholds established in those areas. That's a logical plan of attack. Peaceful, lawful infiltration diplomatically, I think, is what we need to consider. I'm priming the pump, food for thought. I would love to hear comments. I yield. Thank you.
This is David, Michigan. As you were talking, I went to that Wikipedia site, and I've got here a list of 46 out of 83 counties here in Michigan are Second Amendment sanctuaries. And in fact, when I was mentioning that about Livingston County and Oakland County, Livingston County is a Second Amendment sanctuary. Oakland County is not. And I just didn't think of the terminology at the time, but it was Livingston County that was over in Oakland County showing us at the meeting how to do it and how to get organized in Oakland County. I yield.
Hear, hear.
If I might, Charles here. No doubt what you're talking about there, Michael, is good areas to target for activism. But unless we've got a good script, I think it's more important to have a recruiting script lined up and well written out so that people know that we're not just here for protecting guns, we're here for protecting the right of people to responsibly self-govern. And unfortunately, there's at least a few people that like guns, but they're pretty worthless when it comes time to be participants in forming responsibly self-governing communities. And so I'm apprehensive that the manner in which you're focusing the agenda there, the priority list, is perhaps similar to what I've described before as rearranging the chairs on the Titanic with just the same civil municipal Roman Empire model of government's in place. We're just catering to the Second Amendment rights people, the gun rights people, under that Roman Empire model of government still. And whereas if we focus more on our town constables as peace officers and bringing those to the areas. I dare suggest, rather than focusing in Second Amendment sanctuary counties, that we should focus on places like in Minnesota, I think Minneapolis, that I mentioned earlier, I believe, where they've dismantled their police department and they've got people patrolling the streets with guns in the middle of the night honorably that don't have any common law jurisdiction they're exercising. It would be to their protection right now. They would be empowered right now, continuing on, doing the same, permanently dismantle that police department to never appear on the face of this earth again, and establishing their common law peace officers in their common law township and precinct communities. I think having our wording of our marching orders, our priorities, focusing on that type of an agenda is, to my mind, quite a bit superior to focusing on Second Amendment sanctuary cities. I yield.
Okay, may I please?
Yes, Michael.
Yeah, you totally misinterpreted what I was saying. I was not saying that we should focus on Second Amendment sanctuary status. I am simply stating that it is a good measuring stick. It is a good indicator of favorable territories. Anyone that is willing to defend the Second Amendment strongly, bravely, and overtly is a friend of freedom. And all I'm saying is these particular areas, I think it would be to our advantage to give them special attention in our outreach effort. That's all I was saying. I yield.
All right, that does sound good.
May I say something?
Yeah, name and state.
Charles, this is Jim Blakely.
Hey, I thought I saw you on the list. Very good. Good to hear you, Brother Jim. You got the floor there, brother.
Thank you, sir. First, I'd like to say that were it within my authority to do so, I would appoint you as Chief Justice, United States Supreme Court, and David Barton would be my Secretary of Education. Barton, for those of you who may not know, is the founder of wallbuilders.com, and he's the one who created the video series, Our Godly Heritage and such. Wallbuilders.com is a good place to go for information, just like Charles's websites. Anyway, referencing the last couple of comments here, the sanctuary states and locales that were just mentioned would be a logical, absolutely logical first choice place to start, because when other people from other areas can see that this is happening and this is real, it's, the seeds start to grow. People start to realize, hey, there is something here, because all these people wouldn't be doing this if it didn't work and if it wasn't worthwhile. People aren't going to do something. It doesn't take people too long to learn that something's not working. But our biggest problem is overcoming the ignorance. Now, don't take my use of the word ignorance like some people do to mean stupidity. I mean, they simply do not know. We have to overcome the extreme ignorance, unfortunately, of our fellow Americans, because most of us are products of what I refer to as the public fool system, where they don't teach us anything. They haven't taught us much anything, and they revise the history books every year, and there's less and less and less information and more bending and twisting. And anyway, we don't get the facts, and we don't even learn what the words mean. We have driver's education teachers in every high school in the country, and I challenge you to find one of them who can define the word driver or license or passenger. Just simple things like that. And we're not taught that the words used in statutory language are not the same as you and I are using in ordinary, everyday, conversational American English. And we're not taught that they have special meanings, and this is why in every section of statute it says, as used in this section, the following words mean the following things. It's kind of like the W.C. Fields in Alice in Wonderland. He says, my dear, when I choose a word, it means exactly what I choose it to mean. It doesn't work like that in reality if you and I are going to understand one another. And most people aren't taught that statutes, 99% of them, are contractual. The common law, as opposed to that, applies equally to everybody. And nobody is above the law. Yes, you and I are above the statute. We don't have to choose to contract. But we have to prove in some case who we are to be able to opt out or operate one thing or another without harassment.
Jim.
And without objecting ourselves. Sir.
We do kind of try to maintain a 3-minute limit on our discussions here, and I think we are getting close to the end of our business meeting.
Okay.
And you're focusing awfully broad there. We were kind of plowing ground on some specific issues. Can you wrap it up there?
Yeah, the big thing we're going to need is, like you were saying, I would use the term tracts maybe, a brochure, pamphlet, handout to try to educate people, give them a little brief input. But we need money for that. That's been the biggest problem, the biggest drawback to every organization that's tried to help to save or restore this greatest nation on the planet, is the lack of money. That's why they've overtaxed us and done everything they can. So it's been a tough row to hoe because of that. And we're still facing that problem. But if things change on my end, I'm going to do what I can to improve that condition. And take it away.
Thank you.
If I may, Charles, inquire.
Yep,
Point of inquiry. The last speaker, could you identify your name and state and give us a brief bio of yourself? I'm not familiar with you. I yield.
My name is Jim Bleakley. I'm in Oregon City, Oregon, and I've known Charles since about 1994, I think.
Sounds right.
Plus or minus, yeah.
Yeah.
Worked with him with the Multnomah County Common Law Court, and we've done other things together.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim and I go back a long ways.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have
should we go into our business meeting here?
Yes, Charles, if you could just go ahead and make a closing statement. I'll stop the recording and, of course, the conversation. No, in fact, we'll keep the recording going, and the conversation can continue. But if you could summarize a closing statement for the business portion.
Sure. This is the 31st of October, 2020, and we are in conference here. We're bringing to a close our formal business meeting here. This 2-hour. This is we're bringing to a close our formal business meeting at this 2-hour mark. And we try to routinely get our main important business covered, and we routinely don't accomplish everything in the agenda, but and we continue on with a number of issues afterwards, an open floor discussion. But this is the close of our formal business meeting, and we'll continue on with open discussion from here on out, less structured manner. So at that point, Lewis, you going to be able to hang in the background there for a little while?
Oh, 4 for you.
Right.
And then I'll just take my leave.
All right. Thank you, Lewis. So at that point, I think we can delve back into the healthy discussion that we were moving on with there. We were talking about, I wanted to thank Michael for clarifying that it was just a focal point there, and it wasn't meant to distract, apparently, from the recruiting of our town constable, peace officers in a direct manner that we're generally talking about here. Also, it sounds like the two strategies should be able to harmonize there, if that sounds right, Michael.
Yeah, if I may, Charles, Michael in Florida. Regarding the constables, we have an immediate situation facing us here. If things get violent after this election, which they very easily could, maybe not immediately, but intermittently, this could occur. To create the system where we have, constables, it isn't going to take, it's not going to happen quickly. This is going to be something that, will grow organically. And unfortunately, that is not a quick process. So I'm trying to bring us down to reality because I agree with the idea totally. Self-governance in our own communities is a priority. Pardon me. However, reality is a reality that takes priority, because if you don't face the reality of the situation in its true form, then you're most likely to make mistakes and fall flat on your face with failure. So we've got to realize that creating constables in self-governing communities is not going to happen quickly. And we, I think, need to try to rationalize and realize that doing things in a realistic manner should be priority. I think getting people involved, getting people, somehow we need to come up with a marketing strategy, a Facebook-style strategy, if not Facebook, some social media platform to market this campaign. We have a product. It's called Remedy and Freedom and Resolution for Justice. And we've got to figure out a way to get people involved and to get this ball rolling. That, at this time, I feel, and if anyone says that I'm wrong, please give me your evidence. But I think that is the priority right now, that we need to continue the structuring and strategizing of this concept of creating a court where we, the people, can examine criminal conduct by our governing officials and have due process. But we also must realize we do not have enforcement power. Eventually, we hope to have it in a lawful manner. But right now, we don't. So we must be realistic and examine what outcome do we expect to occur. And these are things we need to think about and rationally examine in an honest manner.
Can I respond, Michael?
I feel we're doing that. I'm not saying we're not doing that. Okay, I want to clarify. I don't want anyone to misunderstand me. I don't think we're not doing that, but I think it needs to be a greater focus. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I beg to differ with your framing the issue that we can't do this quickly. I mentioned earlier about, I think it's in Minneapolis, where the police department has been dismantled and there's already people patrolling the streets without interference from anybody. Okay? If we sent those people badges and caps and T-shirts that say common law jurisdiction peace officer on them, I bet they'd start wearing them, and they'd move into the vacuum, and we'd have it right now in that city. Does that sound unreasonable?
There's something here.
If I may, I don't see them acquiescing to our T-shirts and badges. I think, they would probably feel that they're qualified within their own ability to make their own badges and their own T-shirts. I don't see why or how they would, all of a sudden feel that they need to wear our T-shirts and our badges. If they're doing what you say they're doing, then in a sense, they're already practicing what we're preaching.
Right,
but without
they're inherently on the front line of conflict, and they're doing it without any color of lawful authority whatsoever. We're the only community in the USA that seems to be talking about how to give them color of lawful authority to keep the peace in their own communities.
Excuse me, Charles, if I may. I don't think we would be giving them color of authority, would we? We would be informing them what their true authority is, as I understand it.
Well, if we're helping them print badges, and we've got a web page up with a repository saying that we're recognizing their judicial officers and their peace officers by our nationwide network of similarly organized communities, then that would be giving them color of legitimacy and color of authority from a national organization. We're a national group here, dysfunctional though we may be. We're national.
Right, but aren't we interested in actual authority as opposed to color of authority?
Color of authority does not exclude actual authority. I'm just using those words because actual authority includes, it carries the color with it. If you really have the authority, then your color reflects that you got the authority. Now, there's people that don't have the authority that pretend to have the authority, and they've got color of authority too, but their color is not as true to the music as our color.
True color. Okay. True color. Okay, there we go.
But if I may, the consent of the governed is who grants the authority. And we would be perceived as foreigners. We're in a different state, a different land, and only they, within the governed territory, have the ability to provide consent granting authority.
Well, if I might, if nobody is claiming the vacant office there, the vacant office can be assumed by any resident in that jurisdiction. Right?
Could I chime in a little here? Just Chris near Las Vegas.
I guess so. Nobody else talking.
Well, being a former multi-jurisdictional law enforcement professional, perhaps my view is a little bit different, but I do know that an armed society is a polite society. I recall with some clarity that Curtis Stillway in New York, I think it was, created the Guardian Angels back probably in the 80s. Maybe the 90s, and kind of have a common law form of taking our own responsibility for self-policing in an area where the police have fairly fallen fatally short of performing to their expectations. And let me also say that if we consider that the Constitution or the Articles of Confederation or other documents are where the authority that our scriptural authority for coming up and beating our plowshares into swords to guard, protect, and defend our homes is part of what our duty is to protect our families from those who would prey upon us, whether they're swords or rifles or handguns, makes no consequence. It's the concept that they're right-minded men who are moral and upright, who are doing the protecting and defending, then there shouldn't be any great adversity to it. Only when they become corrupt and deviant and performing in their own self-interest and preying upon the people under the guise of protecting them does it become an issue. But as for me, whenever we talk about sanctuary zones, we're effectively talking about a free speech zone like they tried to do at the Bundy Ranch, which America is supposedly a free speech and we have a First Amendment. Although there are those in government that have ill intentions, like the Bush family cabal, who clearly said that the Constitution is nothing but a doggone piece of paper. If that's what you operate under, then you're asking for chaos in a lawless society, and that's pretty much where we are right now, because we have foreign-funded groups by Chinese and other people, of those that call themselves Black Lives Matter, Antifa, which are really fascist disguised as anti-fascist, and of course we've got the corrupt Chris Wray, who's a do-nothing FBI agent, trying to claim that white nationalists are the real threat to America, which I haven't noticed any white nationalist groups doing anything out there. Even in Kenosha, I've got a document that's about 23 other cases besides John Bedak versus U.S. that tell us that we have not only a right, but in fact a duty to resist with deadly force if necessary, unlawful arrest and corruption and things of that nature. But this is really a dangerous time for America, because the powers that be, the evil synagogue of Satan, is actually a march afoot, and they're masquerading as several different entities to try to provoke violent revolution in this country. And there is no such thing as a civil war. War is hell. It's death, destruction of people, humans, lives, property, and it takes lots of money, and the bankers are happy to show up after the fact and loan you all the money you want and put you in debt slavery to the rest of your life when they make reparations for healing what they paid to have done in the first place. And this is the dangers we find ourselves in right now, in my estimation. Thank you for letting me vent a little bit.
Can I add something, Michael Smith in Southern Cal?
Yes, Michael.
There's 328 million people in America. 205 million of those are supposedly Christian. The Bible is very clear that Christians are supposed to obey Christ. The three most important commandments are to love God with all your heart, to love your neighbor as yourself, and not to covet your neighbor's wealth. The entire structure of military rule statutory government in America causes the government, through force, fear, and violence, to take your neighbor's wealth to support all the statutory programs, including public school. You send your child to public school, you're telling the government, go force your neighbor to pay for that. The point of my saying this is, let me catch my train of thought. Christians, the Bible is very clear that Christians are to obey God, not man. In fact, there are specific scriptures that say we are to obey God, not man. But the ministers at all the churches are telling everybody that Romans 13 says we are to obey the authorities. Now, that's not what it says. If you read Brother Gregory's book in Oregon, The Higher Liberty, it's in Romans 13, it's translated, the higher liberty is to follow Christ, to follow God and obey those rules. Now, how are you going to get, if you could get 205 million Christians to obey Christ and obey what it says in the Bible instead of being misled by their seminary corrupted teachings, they think they have to obey the authorities. Anyway, I'll shut up after that.
Here, here.
May I comment on that? This is Jim in Oregon again. What that man just said is just absolutely true. You have no idea how many judges I've heard use or misuse, misquote, misinterpret in Romans 13 almost on a daily basis. You know, anytime anybody brings up an issue about along those lines. And what did Jesus say? He said, he asked, who pays the tax, the citizen or the foreigner? And I end with that.
If I may, since there's a pause there, I wanted to ask Jim Blakely. Was that wallbuilders.com? Because I think I'm on the right place, but I'm not real sure.
Yes, sir. Wallbuilders.com with David Barton.
Yep. Okay, W-A-L-L Builders then. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, I got the right.
Great. It's a great website.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I strongly recommend it. Absolutely.
As I said, he would be my choice for Secretary of Education.
Well, yeah, David Barton, I've looked at his stuff, and he does say some really great stuff. I love these discussions, gentlemen and ladies. We're developing a sharper edge on our intellectual swordsmanship. We're coming to a closer consensus. We're working towards a harmonious and well thought out strategy for saving our country from the devil worshippers. And I take significant delight in knowing that these things are true. I can't help but think that our effort at one of the agenda items is referencing qualified electors. I would like you all to at least think about the different people that are interacting in the discussion here, and if each of you would consider putting your public declaration on the line that anybody else here is a qualified elector. Now, I'm willing to say, and you can you can quote the recording on this, you can play it back if you need to, that Charles Stewart says that if you've been voicing opinions in this conference, Charles Stewart says you're a qualified elector. Okay? You can take that and you can play it to anybody, you can type it out, and you can put it on a document, and you can present it to people, and I'll back you up. Okay? But the rest of you need to think about doing that for other people in the conference here and other people that aren't in the conference that you hold in high respect. Because to illustrate what I want to say next is Black's Law Dictionary has a definition of free man, and it says that unless every man who is not governed by a lord, aka a town constable or higher, is, quote, unworthy of a free man's right, unquote. Okay? And having a free man's right, that's your qualified elector status right there. That's your membership, your constituency in the township community. And if you're not a constituent in the township community, then you're not a constituent in the precinct or the county or the state or the nation. You're not an elector. And so, please, think in terms of certifying who you affirm as a qualified elector. David Scheid has similarly risen to the occasion. I want to thank David for doing this formally. He did it verbally at one of our earlier conferences, and even earlier, he's composed a list for me. And in fact, that's in one of the web links in the conference invitation. I've still got David's list. But this is where we need to make things grow, because as conflict begins to happen, Michael was correctly stating earlier that it's liable to get violent. That is a cold, hard bottom line. But our mission, the very title of peace officers, and I dare say justice of the peace judicial officers at the precinct level, I meant to say town constables first there, we embrace in common law jurisdiction the title of peace officer, because that makes it all real simple. Justice can be quite complicated. That can be a moving target going back and forth. But on the ground, keeping the peace is really quite simple. If people are doing things, they need to do it in manners that do not, quote, disturb the peace. They do not, quote, breach the peace, unquote. These are real simple concepts. Michael was talking about people earlier that we need to have people that have good study of history and the spiritual concepts behind biblical law and things like that. And that is true at the higher levels, at these upper levels where we are doing the organizing and the intellectual consensus building that is frequently quite difficult. But at the lower levels, at the town constable levels, they don't need to be metaphysical gurus. They don't need to be spiritually enlightened. They only need to be able to recognize whether or not a breach of the peace is going on. That's all they need to comprehend, and have the courage to confront people that are doing the breach of the peace. So at the grassroots level, it's not really that complex. And like the people, and I believe it's Minneapolis, but in the state of Minnesota, that are already patrolling the streets, that are already doing the job that town constables should be doing. But they don't have any color of legitimacy. They don't. Many of them probably don't even know what common law is all about, but they're doing it. And so hereunder, getting back to, please help us to legitimize, give the color of legitimacy to each other, make the record. Your words are commercial assets. Your words are value to the community. You're contributing. Everybody can contribute something. Some people have big lines of credit. They could help fund us. Other people have brains. They can figure out what needs to be done. Other people have courage and guns, and they can go in and do the enforcement. And if we all come together and we all contribute, then there's enough for everybody, and peace is maintained. I believe this is how the kingdom of God manifests on this earth. So, but to bring it to the focus point, please consider perhaps writing out, or maybe even take a moment right here to affirm. If somebody says something really special, say, hey, I affirm you're a qualified elector. That was really good. I've just developed enough confidence in you to publicly affirm that you're a qualified elector. Things like that need to be frequently happening on the record in this recorded court of record phone conference. So I just wanted to emphasize that. I'm not trying to browbeat anybody into doing anything here, but I'll yield for comments or questions here. I yield.
This is David. Oh, was somebody else?
Ma'am, lady.
This is Cindy in Florida.
Cindy,
yeah. I was listening to you talk about things. A bunch of thoughts came up. Number one, okay, what alcoholic likes to drink alone? So what the church has done is they have sold their soul to Caesar. So they're encouraging us to do that by telling us that we have to submit to Caesar because that's what it says in Romans 13, which is, again, untrue. So the church sits around and does nothing. We sharpen up with each other on these calls and meetings and stuff. But then what do we do once we're sharp? Are we going into the churches to sharpen them? Because they think they're sharp when they're really so dull. We've got to, I mean, I could be wrong, but my spirit is telling me now we have to go out into the church and build relationships and get these people to understand where they've been deceived. That was one of the hardest things that I had to come to terms with, was that I was raised Baptist, and I had been deceived my whole life. And these people don't even know what they don't know. We had a situation in Sarasota where the Black Lives Matter went before the school board, and there were some people there, such as Michael and I, who we went there, but we were outnumbered by the Black Lives Matter. That's a shame. That's a disgrace in a country where we are supposed to be Christian oriented. This afternoon, it came over me that, thank God, our founders did not abide by Caesar, because we wouldn't even be here had they done what they were told to do. If they had just been complacent and said, okay, we'll just study from the King James Version, not a problem, we wouldn't even be here today. With that, I yield.
May I comment on that, please, Charles?
Yeah, Jim, go ahead.
The good news is that there is a big project in the works regarding educating the pastors of those, quote, 501c3, unquote, tax-exempt organizations that call themselves churches, that they need to withdraw from the 501c3 designator and latch onto the 508c1a. The 508c1a takes the muzzles off pastors, and that's 508c1a, IRC 508c1a. It prevents, the 501c3 prevents the pastors from speaking out against any individual or issue on a ballot, and it prevents them from speaking out for any individual or issues on a ballot. It prevents them from saying certain things and doing certain things. And the 508c1a designator basically, functionally, what it amounts to is that organization, that church, is now a real church. And that church's file folder will say, goes into a file cabinet that says hands off, and the IRS can't talk to them unless they want to say, hey, can I join your membership? You know, can I join your church and help you out? They can't examine their books. They can't control them one way or another. It, like I said, it takes the muzzles off the pastors. And there is no limit to the amount of funds that can flow through the organization or what they can do with them to the extent that they're not contributing to terrorism or something, you know, drug smuggling, money laundering, you know.
I'd like to ask you a question. Where did this document originate? Where did this get its origin?
The 508C1A?
Yeah.
The 508C1A is an IRC code. 508 Charles 1 Adam.
If I might throw in, it's been my conception.
Okay, I wasn't finished yet. Just a second.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. Why should any church adopt such a document?
If I might throw something in, I think it might help. The 508C1, I think the C1 designation is the Christ One Church, and it's an exemption to the Internal Revenue Code created for those that don't want to be under the sway of the government control and free to preach the truth.
Nevertheless, there is a big project in the works right now, and I've been privileged to be helping with some of the paperwork on that. And this is going to involve over 4,000 churches throughout the country. And I wanted to ask real quick on an unrelated issue, but touching on what Charles was talking about, the safety and security of this country. Can anybody on this call confirm anything related to what I just read on Dinar Recap's Restored Republic link this morning? About Chinese troops stationed in Canada waiting to come into Oregon and Washington if Biden loses. And that's my question. Can anybody confirm or deny any of that, especially the multi-jurisdictional law enforcement gentlemen?
Yep. Just Chris, absolutely. There's a number of different sources that confirm that both Canada, the Presidio in California, over the border in Mexico, another location on the East Coast where there are large contingencies of the Chinese agents. There may even be Spetsnaz here in this country embedded already, and it's very likely that there is an imminent attack. Those containers that are coming in, it's very, very problematic, and we need to have eyes wide open and constant vigilance.
Okay, I'd like to ask for evidence for these proclamations. This has been rumored for years. The Chinese troops were, coming into Canada, and I've been hearing these rumors for a long time. And I would like to hear or see some kind of proof. With all due respect, I think we need video evidence, we need photographic evidence, we need first-hand testimony, times, places, names, dates. I yield.
I would only offer that Dave Hodges, a pretty good intel source, John on RBN, J.R. Moore in the morning, the Liberty Man, former intel officer. There are people who have been boots on the ground who have observed some of these things going on. Even at the BLM incursion at the Bundy Ranch, some of these so-called BLM agents were reported speaking Russian. And so it's kept pretty quiet, but we don't even know much about the numbers of people who have been arrested as pedophiles in this country. The lamestream media is hardly a reliable source of Mockingbird intel run by the CIA, and so we have very little other than our own alternative media sources, and there is not always media or video to prove it. However, there have been many different reportings of trains with military equipment moving back and forth in the United States. These are things that have been formulated under the cover of darkness by the deep state for quite a long time. And my estimation, from what I've observed, and I've seen actual encampments of military vehicles here in the Las Vegas area. Some of the so-called, I guess you'd call them militia groups in the States, or not really militia groups, but the National Guards, seem to have been formulated against the American people also. We know that the post office and other places were masked up with ammunition under the Obama administration, not only to deprive Americans of ammunition, but to arm these agencies so they could be weaponized against us. That's my take on it, and for whatever it's worth, as a 69-year-old multi-jurisdictional law enforcement professional, that's my best assessment. I don't like it, but it's the best I can tell you.
If I may, this is David in Michigan. I just I wanted to reaffirm that the 508 C1A or whatever it is. I have heard somebody else that's been very studious on the subject talk about that as well, and that is the better place to be anyway, and you know, as opposed, an even better place is to be completely in the de jure, to do what we want as free people. But if you got to face and deal with the IRS in any capacity, as a ministry or anything like that, as a church, then the 508 is better than the 501. That being said, I might just mention that the person, Jim, I think it was, was talking about wall builders, that being that I'm still on the wall builders page and looking at the speaker bios on that particular page, it does mention that this is a ministry, yet that particular ministry is a 501c3, and so you may want to start with that organization right there to inform them about that 508 C1A or whatever it is. I yield.
Thank you, sir. One of my first intention, or one of the first ones I intend to be working with or towards, is Trinity Broadcast Network. I'm sure Paul and Jan didn't know anything about the 508c1A, or they would have done that. Nevertheless, they still are the largest network on the face of the planet, and the Trinity Broadcast Network. And they are, as you clearly see in some of their spots, toward the end of the program, so they're 501c3. We intend to work with them to change that ASAP. Yes, sir, Charles.
Just Chris, there's one other observation. I did some study on this some time back, and one of the advantages to the 508c1 that you may have difficulties with otherwise is it allows people that are members of your church or other organizations that are like-minded to make donations and to receive tax-exempt from the IRS donations and not be held to any higher standard than other churches. But you're not under the sway of the government control of the dicta and doctrines that you can teach from the pulpits, my understanding.
Right. As I say, it takes the 508c1A takes the muzzles off the pastors, and it eliminates any need for filing any documentation with the IRS. And the only time they can come after you is, or do anything with you, is, or your organization, is if you are found to be doing something corrupt with your organization and the money or the money that's running through it. So that's that. As I say, the name of the organization goes into a file folder, basically. This is functionally how it works, and goes into a file cabinet that's labeled hands off. And the IRS agents can't do anything about it. They can't touch it. They can't bother you. And there's no filing requirements every year because there's nothing to report. And I yield.
This is Nikki in Pennsylvania. May I?
Nikki.
Okay. I've been listening to the conversation, and what I want to point out is that the first paragraph of the Declaration of Independence is very clearly states, which is missing actually, as far as the education of students now, they only start with, we hold these truths to be self-evident. Well, what truths are they talking about? They miss the fact that there is a first paragraph to that declaration. And it reads, when in the course of human events, which is something we are certainly in now, we are in a status of human events that we have not been for many years, if ever, in our lifetime anyway. So when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to, number one, dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and number two is to assume amongst the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them. And number three is a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. So everything that I'm hearing about the 508C1A and the other things that go along with it is that they're subservient, obviously, to the de facto government because of them having to go along with the current regulations, which, of course, current meant money back then in the 17 and 1800s. So it's very interesting with the wording of all of this, but keep in mind that their contract with us and our full faith and credit has been breached. Therefore, to dissolve the political bands and to assume amongst the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which we're entitled is going to be contingent on every man and woman knowing where they are in the scheme of things at this particular course of human events. This would be good for, mask wearing and things like that. Well, hey, I'm just asserting my, Declaration of Independence, 1776 rights right here. I'm going to assume amongst the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which I'm entitled. I want my body to build up the antibodies. I don't want your vaccine or mask on my face. I want to catch it, get it done with, and pass it on to my children through breast milk, right, if you're a woman. So there are different ways of looking at it, and that's, of course, in the physical, the mental, and the spiritual level. So with that, I yield. And I hope it helps.
Thank you, Nikki. Further comments or questions, anybody? The IRS issues, I think a lot of the documents that we're looking at, even I believe the very problematic 501c3, I believe that only threatens to revoke your tax-exempt recognition status if you speak out about political issues. So what we're talking about, somebody said it's like having a muzzle on the preacher, and to the extent that the preacher is afraid of losing his tax-exempt recognition status, then yes, it does function as a muzzle. But technically speaking, it's not a coercive force directly on the preachers. It's just they're removing his name from a list, the name of their church from a list, if he might dare to speak out on political issues. And I can't help but think that if we've got our judicial officers in place, our judicial officers can declare that we are tax exempt recognition, and this gets to fundraising for our qualified electors in our local communities, because people that are looking to make donations to nonprofit organizations that have that IRS tax-exempt recognition status, they need to adjust their way of thinking. That's part of the nature of the information war, the propaganda war that we're involved in. We need to change the attitude of the people at the grassroots that are making the donations. We need to declare to them that as a matter of higher law, we are tax exempt and they can deduct it from their normal income tax return. And we can volunteer to help them fill out their tax return and claim our deductions. And we can have a group of patriotic law experts that are ready to go to battle with IRS attorneys if they might decide to disallow individual tax returns that are stating that their donations to our nonprofit religious organizations are whether or not they're actually tax exempt or not. So the IRS should not be an authority in position to decide who is tax exempt and who isn't. They're a bureaucratic agency. They're an agent franchisee of an agent franchisee of an agent franchisee of the people, and the people can declare it themselves through our own Seventh Amendment higher law jurisdictions. So, and this is the real nature of the battle, and that's why, discussions about whether or not it's 501c3 or 508, and actually I was thinking of a little bit different number. I've looked at these issues before too. And there's different categories. Besides, 501c3 is probably one of the worst categories you can be in if you're going to choose one. But I think I've seen a number of other categories that are preferable, including the 508 that was mentioned probably. But yes, we need to be thinking in terms of deeper, fundamental groundswell shifting of the entire paradigm. The discussions about whether or not to be 501 or 508, that's, to my mind, that's really a good example of rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. The ship is going down. We need to talk about what we're going to do. We need to talk about getting down there and fixing a hole in the bottom of the ship, or going to the lifeboats and the life jackets. We need to figure out what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, instead of, oh, gee whiz, let's just move the chairs around a little bit so that as the water line starts coming up, we're not getting caught by the water so fast. Maybe exaggerating a little bit there, but I don't think too much. I yield. Anybody?
If I may, the IRS has used the 501c3 designator as a lever, a coercive force against pastors. Not that we're going to throw you in jail, blah, 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 because you spoke out against something, but what it does is it opens the door for them to come in and harass them, go through their books and audits and all this other nonsense that no church needs. What is a church? A true church. A true church, as I understand it, is a group of people joined together to promote God's desires, God's plan on this planet, and to help one another, in whatever way we might need. And so who has the right to interfere with that? Nobody. Certainly not any private commercial organization called the IRS. Period.
And in fact, the whole First Amendment comes in there like a cannon. That's, you know, the Legislative Assembly, the Federal Legislative Assembly, is the lawmaking authority of the entire federal government and all of its agencies. And the First Amendment clearly builds a brick wall builders right there in front of them, saying not hands off. Religious organizations are home free. They're not to be molested by you IRS devil worshippers.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah. But again, not to repeat myself, but to my mind, it's best to play. The best defense is a good offense, and discussing whether or not we're going to be 501c3 or 508 something. That's figuring out what kind of defense we're going to be doing. Whereas if we've got our constables and our justice of the peace judicial officers and our 100 courts in place, and especially if we got common law counties properly functioning, we can tell IRS agents to just stay out of our county. You know, we've got an alternative economy here. And this gets to the economics issue. There were an alternative name for our town constable and our township. The 10 household community is also known, which is a township, is also known as, quote, a tithing group. The town constable, he's also known, quote, as a tithing man, unquote. Okay? He collects the tithes. See, back before the Norman Conquest in most of England, even later, there was no separation of church and state. It's all spiritual. And the economic donations came from the grassroots up in a voluntary and non-coercive manner. It's absolutely insane that Al Capone was sent to jail by IRS. You know, that IRS revenue gathering should not be coercive. Revenue gathering should be voluntary, and people that don't pay what in good conscience they should be contributing to the collective treasury, they should just be excluded from society. Their qualified elector status would be revoked. But as long as you're being an honorable member of the community and you're contributing what you're reasonably capable of contributing, then you should be home free. You should be able to live in peace. And by focusing on the common law model of government as opposed to that Roman Empire municipal civil authority, so many problems just evaporate. And instead of having defensive discussions with them about whether or not they're respecting our rights under the IRS code, it's better to, in my mind, to take the offense and just inform them their IRS collection agencies have no authority in here, and our local community members that have been regularly filling out IRS 1040 tax returns with you, we're going to be encouraging them to stop doing that. If you've got any objection to us telling people to quit filling out IRS forms, please let us know. Otherwise, we're going to continue doing it. Have a nice day. Thank you. We need to be more confrontational with these people within the boundaries of the law. And I'm willing to take the point and be the first guy to get arrested on this kind of stuff, because I don't think they're going to do it, because I've studied the law long enough to where I'm confident in it. I've crossed swords with a lot of these guys for a lot of years, and there's a point at which it's like martial arts. The first one to blink is usually the guy that loses the fight, because it's mostly psychological. If there's martial artists that are near matched, equal, the one that blinks first is usually the one he loses the psychological edge usually if he blinks first, and that's kind of the psychology of what we're doing here. And when you're up against weasels like IRS agents and most other municipal de factos, if you know your law and you know your moral high ground and your legal high ground, they will blink first. And it feels real good to watch them do it. Anyway, yeah, comments, questions, I yield.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Jim. Should we scroll on down the agenda item here and look for other worthwhile topics to talk about a little bit? We haven't talked a little bit about the coronavirus complaint that we've got before the court, that our friend that's been kind of out of touch for a while. I am a little bit worried about him, though he made a Facebook post here last night. Abraham Duran's agreed to be the moving party in a complaint against Bill Gates and Anthony Fauci and numerous others on conspiracy to declare fraudulent medical emergency, and as a result of the so-called coronavirus pandemic. And we've got this is in item number 5 in our invitation. We've got a couple web links there. And we've got 5 people that have agreed to sign on as jurors, basically. At least with reservations. They want to have time to review the final product, but they've generally affirmed that they're willing to stand up and speak out and declare that this whole declaration of emergency about a coronavirus is a fraud, and that anybody that tries to do forcible injections, they may be resisted with whatever force is necessary, including deadly force, if that happens to be necessary. And so this is all written into our jury verdict. And once we get 12 signatures on a jury verdict like that, and we start publishing it, that will be a wall-building project. That will cut off everybody that is within our area of protection, within our common law jurisdictions. They will not have authority to forcibly vaccinate us. And when it comes time to debate whether or not there's a real emergency or not, well, guess what? The higher law of the 7th Amendment, the rules of the common law, have been complied with in this case, and we've got a jury that has unanimously declared that this whole declaration of emergency on the coronavirus, it's a fraud, it's a lie, straight from the pit of hell. And if you're going to contest this, you need to form your own 12-person jury that pledges on their qualified elector status that they're speaking truthfulness before God in a more righteous and honorable manner. And you need to hold yourselves open. Your jury needs to hold yourself open to discussions with our jury, so that we can arrive at an objective consensus as to what is real objective truth here. And when you understand the dynamic organic interplay process of what conflicting jury verdicts might have to do to affect not only this coronavirus situation but all situations, you come to the comprehension that when you get juries functioning like this, it quickly becomes implausible to mount morally and ethically bankrupt and intellectually bankrupt arguments like what the advocates of the coronavirus declaration of emergency are doing, because in free and open debate, they go down in flames. They go down in flames because they're intellectually bankrupt. Okay? but we're not going to be able to draw that out as long as it's just mainstream media and attorney generals and goofballs that are talking about what's going on. Unless we've got the authority of a jury verdict declaring things like this, we're just part of the larger chaos and confusion and anarchy that the whole universe is deteriorating into in our modern times. This is why our jury verdicts are so important. They establish law and order objectively. That's why they're placed at a higher level in the Seventh Amendment. So I kind of rattled a little bit there. Comments, questions, anybody?
Comments, Jim here. I would like to add a pallet of bricks to that project. You have 6 now.
Ah, excellent. Jim, I'll put you on a number 6 there. Very good. Thank you. We're halfway to a full jury verdict here, everybody. We're making meaningful progress in confronting the devil and his minions.
For what it's worth, I'd like to say that I have never worn a mask any place. I will not wear a mask. There's no need to wear a mask. There's nothing to be afraid of. There are fewer people who have died from this so-called virus than die annually from the flu, and we don't put masks on when it comes so-called flu season. And every one of us may, at any given time, may have 4, 5, 6 different coronaviruses in our bodies. The common cold is, by definition, a coronavirus of one type or another, period. And I'll stop with that.
Thank you, Jim. I'm delighted. We're halfway to our first jury verdict here, and
if I may,
Michael, yes.
Yeah, there is a worldwide class action lawsuit in the making as we speak. A group of German doctors and lawyers are in the process of doing that, and they're gaining a lot of momentum. Does anyone have any additional information on this action?
This is Jim in Oregon. Yes, there is a video. One of the lawyers, I believe he's the lead actor in the issue. He's put together a video that's, I think it's about half an hour long. I first saw it about
He does. If I may, he does several videos every week. Reiner Milvik or something like that. Reiner is his first name.
Right. Very well spoken, very credible. He speaks straightforward, not monotonous, but not with a lot of force. You know, he's not getting emotional about it. He's stating the facts. He does an excellent presentation of the facts.
Do you know of anyone in the United States that is getting involved with him? He practices in California and Germany, and I don't know if there are any American lawyers yet joining him. That's really what I was after. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
But I am doing the best I can to keep up with that kind of stuff. One of the best resources I've seen every day is, I get their emails every day, Dinar Recaps, D-I-N-A-R, like Iraqi dinar, the money, or currency. And DinarRecaps.com, they send out emails 2 or 3 times a day, depending on what day it is, and they keep us apprised of a lot of things that are happening. The rescuing children from underground all around the world every day, and the political things, the truth about what's happening with Trump and what's happening with Biden and what's happening here and there and with the coronaviruses and such, coronavirus business. and all the parties involved therein, Gates and Soros and Pelosi and Clintons and all those folks. And there are a lot of websites that are linked in these emails that come out every day. And it's incredible how much information the so-called media is keeping from us, as I think it was Chris touched on earlier. Have I got that right, Chris? The former law enforcement professional?
I think Chris might not be with us still. I do believe you said he's former law enforcement, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had the right name there. Okay. I'm not the best with names. Anyway, DinarRecaps.com keeps us surprised about as quickly as anybody. And there's another one now. It's some Chinese folks who are putting this together, but they are against the Chinese communist government. And they are apprising us and showing us information, evidence, G News, the letter G, news.org, I believe it is, evidence from the 3 laptops from hell and all that. Anyway, the 3 hard drives from hell, whatever. A lot of information on the corruption with different candidates and different political parties and other individuals. So that's where I would start right there. And those sites are very bold, and they're some of them have been blocked here and there from YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and all that. And as most of you probably know, the CEOs and Zuckerberg and various others have been of Facebook and Twitter and all that have been under scrutiny, severe scrutiny, by the Senate recently for wrongly
censoring. Yeah, if I may, let me ask you your opinion. If I may, let me ask you your opinion on that. Do you feel that the Internet should be defined as a public utility and fall under the jurisdiction of we the people and oversight by the FCC?
Oversight by we the people?
Yeah.
I don't know about FCC. FCC has done some good things, done a fair job, and for the most part. But I think that there's been a couple of examples. I can't cite them because I haven't really looked at that. But I think the Internet should be open to anybody who wants to see something that find out the truth about what's happening, just like a public library. It shouldn't be any different as far as I'm concerned.
With the exception of pornography, of course.
Yes. Well, yeah, that's a parental thing. And it's a question of upbringing. The parents are responsible. Bring a child up in the way he shall go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. Right. So that starts
right. But do you think we the people have any responsibility to prohibit the public dissemination of pornographic material? For example, when you go to stores, convenience stores, they laws have been passed to cover the front cover of those magazines to keep children's eyes from seeing them. Should that also happen on the Internet? Shouldn't it be required that children have a special identifying key or mechanism to identify them as a juvenile, so that they wouldn't be able to visit certain locations on the internet?
That's going to be real tough to a real tough deal to work out, because that goes into invasion of privacy. And
if I may be, this is David. I'm sorry. I've been trying to look for a break here, but the conversation seems to be going deeper and deeper. I just I'm gonna have to leave this meeting here, and I just wanted to add one more thing to something that was discussed earlier before I go. It's the I don't know if what Charles had mentioned earlier about the proposal for the COVID-19 and all that, and as being a topic for deciding on, but I don't. I did think that the Helgian or whatever it is dialect is appropriately applied to that the government creates the problem and then offers the solution as a rational thing, and I think that that's been applied here. We can talk about that at a later time. I just wanted to interject that, and I'm sorry to have interrupted. I yield, and everybody have a good night. Thank you.
You too, David. Thanks for your participation.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah. And I can't help but think that issues like prohibiting children from looking at pornographic pictures, I think that should largely be a concern of parents, and that it should be not a concern of the rest of us. Just my opinion. And I'm apprehensive. It seems like that's not a common law breach of the peace if a young man gets on the internet and starts looking at pictures that are on the internet that are indiscreet. I think we've got real problems about breach of the peace in our society, and that if we take care of those problems as a priority, then the lesser problems of children looking at pornography and stuff, that will automatically start taking care of itself in much more responsible manners, because
what should we
have eliminated the abilities of the devil worshippers to control so much. I yield. Go ahead.
If I may, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but what should we do about the censorship by these big tech companies? I mean, this is treasonous, what's happening.
Well, that's a good focus, and I think you and Jim were interacting on that a little bit nicely. I was thinking of jumping in. There's two ways of dealing with it. Two ways that, from my common law ivory tower perspective, anyway. One of them is we can declare eminent domain and take over the individual big tech companies like Google and Facebook and Twitter. We could just say the public owes those now. You high level CEOs, you send us a bill for what you've got invested in there. Stockholders and CEOs, send us a bill. We're restructuring your programs in manners that are more directly accountable to the Supreme Court of Law for the United States of America, which is reflecting the will of the people in an organic grassroots manner, and we'll just take it over, right like that. The other option, too, is, what was it? Let them go ahead and have their private domains. The Internet is only about 20, 30 years old here, 30 years old. and this problem didn't exist 30 years ago. And the technology for building good, efficient computer systems that people naturally gravitate to is commonly available. Linux operating systems that I've been using for close to 30 years are commonly available. But see, we don't have the funding, and we don't have the grassroots awareness of how to do things in alternative manners. The only reason to consider the eminent domain option against Facebook and Google and Twitter is because we don't want to get all of the honorable people to move away from Facebook and Google and Twitter. See,
well, if I may,
go ahead.
If I may, if I may there, that's why we need to define it as a public utility. These companies are using our public airwaves. They're using wires that have been, partially funded with tax dollars.
Right. Right. But their individual computer server is their private domain within the public sphere. The public only consists of private. All of the privates come together to make the public.
Yeah, but I don't agree that they should be allowed to censor. And
they're only censoring inside of Google or inside of Facebook. They're not They're not interfering with our ability to talk here or send emails to each other.
If I may.
No, they're censoring the dissemination of information.
That's within their domain of Google or Facebook. That's their private domain.
Yeah, the network. It's a network that they're attached to.
Well, if they go out to affect the network, then they are committing a crime. But I don't think they're doing anything on the larger network. I think they're just manipulating their own internal databases. When you do a Google search on the internet for patriotic organizations and you go through Google's server and they give you an answer saying Southern Poverty Law Center is the best patriotic organization on the planet, then the reason that you're getting censored in goofy data like that is because you're going to the Google search engine. If you don't go to the Google search engine, you won't get that goofy data.
Right, but because they're participating in a network, a public network, they should not be allowed to restrict who gets water and who doesn't get water. The internet, we really need to look at this like water, a public utility, or electricity. If they're going to play in the network, in other words, if they're going to play in the neighborhood, they've got to pledge themselves to be honest and virtuous. They cannot be thieves of information. That's what they are. They are thieves.
Well, we agree. But it strikes me as that what you're asking is like similar parallel, I would say, is that Supreme Court judges with lifetime appointments where there's no meaningful mechanism for bringing them to any accountability whatsoever, we want them to sign a pledge to be honorable, nice, patriotic people. It's not.
Well, there's no flow. There's no product here. Okay, the difference is that's why we have to compare this to like a water department or an electric company. The internet, if it were defined as a public utility and conducted and oversight provided by we the people through our representation in our government, that's how it's supposed to work. We should be able to limit these companies and prevent them from censoring. They should not have the right to steal information and prevent, by theft, the information flowing through these pipes.
I beg to differ with your choice of words in summarizing the situation there, Michael.
Well, how else would you describe it? When you make a video and you publish it on your platform, And Google decides to change the algorithms to hide your information, thereby stealing it symbolically, figuratively. They're preventing other people from seeing it. And they're redirecting traffic to other directions on the internet. That is a sinister manipulation of a public accommodation.
Right, but it's not the federal government that's doing it.
I never said it was. It's the federal government that is allowing it to happen due to lack of regulation.
Well, you realize, if I might, the federal government has controlled the Federal Reserve banking system that has allowed all of that money, and the judiciary that has allowed all that money to go to those big, fat, ugly corporations that are monopolizing everything.
Yes,
and I would say cut off their funding, cut off their corporate charter, and dismantle the corporations, and take all the shares and everything and distribute them to the common people.
That's a flawed comparison. It's an apple and orange comparison. The Federal Reserve model is a sinister model in the start, in the very beginning. We're talking about the internet, a means of communication here. It's the electronic printing press.
Well, you're talking about specific nodes, private domains on the internet.
No, we're talking about a network, a community.
Your example was Google, and you couldn't. You're being limited in your YouTube search.
Right, and that they are part of a network, and they should not be allowed to steal information or manipulate it.
I believe you're miscarrying.
There's more responsibility in this than just being a node. You got to be a good node, or you decay the system inherently.
Well, to go with what you're suggesting, I can work with what you're saying, but that's the eminent domain thing. And you come in and you dismantle the corporations, and you take them over, and you turn it over to the people.
I think the way a similar situation occurred with Ma Bell. Back in the 60s, 70s, I think. When they broke up Ma Bell, because it became a big conglomerate.
Yeah, but that was smoke and mirrors. They just rearranged the chairs around so that different monopolies arose in their place. But that's
smaller monopolies.
Yeah, still oppressive, but
under the same umbrella.
I agree. They just weakened the monopoly power. But with the internet, this is a national security threat, man. This internet should be open and free. There should be no one company that can restrict, steal, manipulate, or dominate the flow of traffic. The free flow of information must be universal to all participants.
Well, you're talking about an exercise of eminent domain there, which can be done through the common law judicial power. And
I don't.
Wait
a minute. Why are you defining it as eminent domain? Why can't laws be drafted to, prevent them from restricting traffic, manipulating search engines inquiries?
Laws don't get enforced except through judicial officers making judgments, and if you want real-world change, you've got to go through judicial officers, and your best bet there is eminent domain.
Okay, that's where I differ. I don't see why it has to be eminent domain.
You're talking about exercising authority of government to take away private property.
No, nobody's taking away private property.
Well, how are you going to get your servers to start allowing more open access?
Can I comment on that?
We are not talking about taking anyone's property. We are talking about protecting everybody's property.
If protection comes through guns, who are you going to point the guns at? Who are you going to point the guns at?
What guns, to whom, and For what?
Well, Google. They're the ones that we got to force to do something here.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, Jim, I would think. Maybe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. For what it's worth, there is something happening along that very line right now. Google and Facebook and Twitter are facing the United States Senate. There's a serious investigation going on, and you should have
very aware of it.
You can see some of the stuff and the challenges and the responses, or questions and the responses. You know, they're asking the CEO of Facebook or Twitter, I guess. Yeah, can you? Do you think that what you're doing, censorship, could have any effect on the outcome of an election? And the guy just, he didn't think that could.
Well, their focus is on Section 230 of the FCC law regarding publishers of content. And when Congress drafted that, they wrote it in such a way to protect the Internet providers from lawsuits. It's quite complex and detailed, and it really doesn't need to be. The fact is, we need a free and fair Internet where material content is not restricted. It's just that simple.
That's right. And for anybody who might not be aware and might need it, there is a search engine I use. It's called startpage.com, and there is a what they call a safe search function. Startpage does not record your IP address. They do not put cookies on your computer. They do not track what you're doing. They don't keep any records of anything, so they can't give it to anybody.
Who owns Startpage?
Startpage.com, and they have.
Who owns it? Do you know who owns it?
Yeah, there's a couple of guys who own it. I don't remember their names, but they started it up because they thought just like you and the rest of us do, that everything should be free and open, and we should have the right to choose. When you get right down to it, that's exactly what all our fighting men have fought for over these years, was, bottom line, the right to choose where we live, who we marry, what church we go to, what job we do, whatever. The right to choose anything. And it's a parent's right and obligation and duty to regulate and to monitor what their kids are doing. And you can take a computer, as most of you are well aware, I'm sure, and you can put restrictions on things to where you have, in order to change this setting, you have to be the administrator, and the kid is a user. And the kid can't make a change in there and take the safe search off. The safe search function says you can't go to Playboy.com or whatever.
Okay, so let me just interject here. So what about? Okay, let's compare this to the local 7-Eleven that sells pornography. So should they be? Should those I personally don't think it should be sold. I think it should be illegal, but I know that's not probably going to happen in this country. But should these 7-Elevens be required to shield the magazine front cover of these pornographic publications from the children, or should they not?
I would think they should, to protect the kids. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So what about the child that has a cell phone or goes to school, and children at the school have cell phones and they're accessing this pornographic material? If a key was required for juveniles, if there was an identifying node on their node, their device, that they are under 18 and they wouldn't be able to access the internet. That would be a better foolproof way of protecting the children. In other words, putting a cover over the magazine at the 7-Eleven, but doing it universally via technology on the internet. That's how this should have been done from the very beginning. But the church was asleep, and Christians were more concerned about the NASCAR race and the football games, and I see the church has been very guilty in dropping the ball on this issue of pornography. We now have 3 and 4 generations of children that have been, exposed to the most dirty, extreme pornography that's available. And we're witnessing an escalation in sexual activity, even within the school buildings. It's being reported all over that sexual activity is occurring even in the school buildings now. And the sexual activity is just unbelievable. And I directly relate this to the pornography. And I don't know. It's just a sad situation. But I think back to the internet, it's this is the ultimate way of censoring and controlling a people. And it is a national security threat. There must be laws in place to stop these companies from manipulating their algorithms, censoring, deleting. I have friends that have had channels on YouTube, years of work, dedication, producing videos, subscribers, over 100,000, and all of a sudden YouTube just deletes their channel. That's criminal. That is absolutely treasonous, especially if their channel is dedicated to exposing tyranny or exposing tyranny in the law, in the courts. And because YouTube got complaints from its citizens in the YouTube community that your channel was mean and insensitive and and so they delete your channel.
It's a lot worse than that.
They should be charged with obstruction of justice.
So should Microsoft. I have been using Hotmail from Microsoft for several years. I still am. And almost every day I would get stuff in my junk folder that was from Republican candidates or anything that's pro-American or pro-gun or anything like that goes into the junk folder. But I got stuff, labeled from Barack, from Michelle, from Nancy, from this one, from that one, from the other one, every day in my inbox. I never once got anything from them in my junk folder.
Wow.
Never once.
That's outrageous.
And this can be proven by an audit of Microsoft's Hotmail servers because they never delete anything. You look in my junk folder, you'll see, all of the pro-American, anything pro-American goes right in there.
Wow.
Or anybody from somebody who is pro-American. It doesn't even have to address a specific issue. But they've been active at that for 10 years. Since the Obama came into play, and before that first election, as a matter of fact. And it's pervasive. It really is. It's pervasive. It's everywhere that we see that kind of stuff. I mean, turn on the TV. What do you see when you turn on ABC, NBC, CNN, CBS? UCBS. That's what you see.
Nightly, that's good.
It's nightly he said, she said, talking heads BS hour. Yeah. It's not news. And
but that's a little different. If I may, I'm with you, and I agree with everything you just said. But that should be expected. Those are private companies that are broadcasting. They're not offering their channel as a public accommodation to broadcast. They are a private company broadcasting a private edited message, and they have that right. But when you open up your platform, such as talk radio, I have been a player on talk radio for years, and a broadcaster or a host. I've had internet radio, and I've been on broadcast radio. And when you offer up a station of broadcast radio, when you open it up to the public and have a discussion forum, and you say, we want people to call in, okay, you are changing your identity, your definition at that moment. When you open it up for the public to participate, then you surrender your rights to censor or prohibit someone from talking about a certain subject. Now, if it's vulgarity, something highly illegal, such as advocating the death of some person, then yeah, they can prevent you from speaking, cut you off. But in all fairness, when you offer up a public accommodation, you are changing your identity and your status. And that's exactly what the Internet has done, because it allows the public to provide content and publish. We are all becoming publishers now. That's where the right of the Internet provider ends. When they offer up themselves to be a provider of publishing ability, then they surrender their privacy, their private rights, and they cannot censor. It's just that simple. That is the fair and equitable way to operate the Internet. And if you're on a private platform where you have a private organization, and you got membership, and you got to pay a fee, that's a different story. They can do whatever they want. But when you open it up, like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, they have to be forced to allow almost all content, with the exception of illegality.
And if I may add, we all know that if the tables were turned and it was conservatives that owned Facebook and Twitter and they were censoring the liberals, they would have had the most strictest guidelines and regulations for us to be following by now. I yield.
Amen.
That's right. Hear, hear. Okay, I'm going to have to go, Charles. Are you still on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to have to run. We're going to build a bonfire and roast some marshmallows.
Well, I think we've had a good discussion here this evening. I'm kind of inclined to believe that it would be a good time to wind it down, too. There's not a whole lot of people left here in the conference, but I'll hang with the people that do want to continue talking for at least a little while here.
Yeah, well, I hope you do, and I hope I hear everyone back on the call next Saturday. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been very rewarding.
All right. Well, you're always a valuable contributor here, Michael. Thank you. And your partner there, Cynthia, thank you very much for you both being here.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah,
all right. Have a good night, everybody.
All right. Well, Jim.
Sir.
How's things going?
Oh, what is it, just two of us now?
Pardon me?
I say just the two of us now?
I don't know. I've got some distractions here right now.
Okay.
Hold on just a second.
Hey, Charles, I'm going to be leaving too. You take care. Yahweh bless. Bye-bye.
Bye, Nikki.
Thank you.
Well, yeah.
All right, Charles, I guess it's just me and you.
I guess so. Did Jim leave?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, well, it's Cliff, Jim, and me then.
Okay. So anyway, to answer your question, sir, there's nothing really new and exciting happening on my end. I'm still waiting for some things to change.
Yeah.
And we're working, as I mentioned briefly, we're working on that 508c1a organization. Pastor and I are working on that, and it's a lot of work. A lot of work.
I was distracted. What did you say you and Pastor Merlin were working on?
The 508c1a organization. It's a tremendous effort. It's a lot of work involved in that, and I haven't worked with him for a while, but that's because he's been busy with a couple other things.
All right, Charles, Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff.
Yeah. Did you ever get a chance to watch that movie Too Big to Fail?
Yeah.
You owe that to your body. And then you'll see that, people are spinning their wheels until we come up with a third group, because the Democrats not going to do it and the Republicans not going to do it. This is their game, and they're playing us like accordions. And when you see Too Big to Fail, they just expose too much of what the problem is, and when somebody got to go in the barrel, somebody got to go in there. Because we are too big to fail. We got too many crooked things going on, and if they ever find out, they're going to run us out of town, and it's too big to fail. Just put it that way. And, I'm telling you right now, you get you a bag of popcorn and Pepsi and sit back and enjoy the show, because that's what it is, and it's telling the truth. And I yield.
That swamp is a big place, but it's being drained. And as I understand it, Gitmo is full.
Yes, sir. You're right. You're right.
But it's going to be emptied out slowly but surely. Personally, I'd just as soon load up all these traders on a freighter and take them about 100 miles offshore and mount a chipper with a chute going overboard, out into the water, and just toss them into a chipper one after the other with a fire hose directed into the chute to keep it clean.
You stole my idea.
No, it's not patented. So anyway, yeah, it's just logical, simple, efficient, inexpensive, and quick, permanent.
Yeah, they're not going to change, and they're not going to be made to change. You got to change them. We need a third party. In all 50 states, we get all these people together and get these delegates rocking and rolling, because we got to take the place of them man folks up there. They're embedded. You can't get them out of there.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to explain to people for years, people will accuse me of being a Republican, or some people have accused me of being a Democrat or an independent, or one thing or another. I say, you know what? I'm not a partisan. I'm an American. I'm an American. Aren't we all supposed to be working toward the same thing? Think of what the Boston Pops would sound like, or the London Philharmonic, if every player was playing something different, or you had the wind section playing Hopalong Cassidy's theme, and the percussionists are playing something else. Who knows? Everybody's playing something different. It ain't going to work.
No, it's
not. We're all supposed to be working toward the same goal, but when everybody comes together and does what they're supposed to do, working toward the same goal.
Yep.
I use Benny Goodman as an example frequently. Benny Goodman, the king of swing. He was a Jew. Goodman,
Mm-hmm.
He was a Jew. At 1938 Carnegie Hall Jazz Festival, jazz in Carnegie Hall. Oh my God, how could such a thing happen? Anyway, here's a Jew. He's got a black man playing drums and vibes in his band. You know, and he had Harry James on the trumpet and Jeff Stacy on the piano. Anyway, when you listen to a piece of music, can you tell what color the drummer is? Or the bass player? Or the clarinetist? Does it make a damn bit of difference what country he came from or anything else? No. But look what a beautiful thing they're doing, working together toward a common goal. You know? And it works.
Well, and money, the root of all evil. So.
Well, no, it's the love of money that is the root of all evil.
Yes, and that's I stand corrected.
Yeah, money is just a tool that we all need. And Charles, with respect to that, I expect things to change, and soon. And so I will not say if, but when these things change, you can expect an infusion of currency into this endeavor that you've been working on for the last 30 years or more. And things are going to explode exponentially.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that as a matter of faith.
Amen.
As Paul Crouch used to say, I know it in my knower. Okay? Charles?
I hear you. I don't know what a knower is.
Well, that's Paul Crouch's quote. I know it in my knower. You know, he didn't know it in his brain. He knows it in his gut. You know, just deep down inside, I know it. I haven't seen it with my eyes. I haven't smelled it or felt it or tasted it or heard it, but I know it. This is going to happen. And this country is going to be restored and repaired. And it's going to go on to prosper beyond anybody's belief or expectation.
You know, I don't think this one can be repaired. I think, seriously, is that far out of whack.
Especially when you consider that the Constitution itself created a Roman Empire civil municipal government.
Mm-hmm, right.
When they got away from the Articles of Confederation, they converted from something that was the Articles of Confederation were pretty true to common law principles. But when they went to the U.S. Constitution document, it all became Roman Empire civil municipal. That's where you got lifetime appointment of Supreme Court judges and Roman Empire slave trader bullshit like that. There was nothing like that under the Articles of Confederation.
Yeah. Well, see, when there came a time when you could have lobbyists pay a Democrat or Republican to stand there and lie, knowing that it's a lie, and take the money, and, well, they get out of office, and they went in there with, like George Bush, he went in there and couldn't afford a cheeseburger, and when he came out, he owned half the Texas Rangers. So, as long as you got that going on, we don't stand a chance.
One of the things I've been saying for years is we need to we need to pass a law that says flat out, anyone not having the present ability to vote for any individual or any issue or thing on any ballot cannot be contributing anything that includes time, resources, not a drop of sweat, nothing, to any campaign for any issue or individual or anything on any ballot, ever. And there are no lobbyists. If you're caught accepting bribes, that's basically bribery. if you're caught accepting bribes, you're going out on a town with somebody from the Monsanto company, and there's legislation pending regarding them. You just lost your citizenship and your office and whatever bank accounts you might have.
Yep.
Go home and have a good time. Suck your thumb. You'll never hold public office again. Yes, sir.
In the common law model of government that I'm trying to promote, there's no legislation. All laws are derived from case law, from unanimous jury verdicts. Okay? There's no legislation. That's separate legislation. Legislation is as separate from judicial decision making is part of the scheme to disempower the people from the Roman Empire model of government. The pure common law tradition law was only articulated from real cases before real juries.
Well, then, if you're boiling it down like that, we've only got 11 laws. And those are
we got a multitude. The juries have set a lot of different case law precedents, way more than 11.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how you're figuring 11.
The 11 commandments. I'm boiling it down. That's law. The rest of the stuff is as you say, case law rulings that have been made. A lot of the stuff has been based on statutory.
I'm talking about the ideal society where juries are fully informed. They're not referencing statutes, or at least they're not deferring to statutes, and they're using their conscience to do what's right before God, and they got to agree on it unanimously, all 12 of them. So you don't get 12 people to agree on anything unanimously unless it's probably right before God. Does that make sense?
No.
That makes sense, don't it?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, well, that should be that in common law England, the peer version, that was the source of law, was common law juries. And you could go out and you could kill somebody if you thought that you could convince a jury that it was a justifiable homicide, that the guy deserved to die. Take your chances in court.
Yeah.
Because the jurors make the law. They decide the law in the instance.
That's why we have that term, justifiable homicide.
Yeah.
If you shoot somebody who's attacking your wife with a knife, then that's justifiable homicide. Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So, I understand that. But nevertheless, if we get the money out of the equation there, Monsanto, again, I reference them because it's a name that everybody immediately recognizes, or Microsoft or whatever. They can't contribute to anybody's campaign any place, or promote or speak out against anything because they can't vote.
Well, I think the exercise you're gauging in is if and when we gain power, this is what we're going to do, right? We're going to do this to Microsoft and Monsanto. Well, how about we just abolish all legal fiction corporations and everybody has to do everything in their own name? That would pretty much take care of Microsoft and Monsanto, wouldn't it?
Well, there's got to be protections because
I believe you got a point there.
People who will do you wrong.
Pardon? What did you say, Jim?
I say there has to be some protections for what you create and the business you bring up and work for and provides jobs and does everything.
Let me get this right. Are you defending the continuing existence of Microsoft and Monsanto?
Not Microsoft and Monsanto. as they are. No. Monsanto,
any form, even modified form. Well, why not? Why on God's green earth should not those corporations be totally abolished?
Well, I can't think of a single reason not to abolish Monsanto.
Well, let's try to stretch your brain a little bit and think in terms of the real big picture here, brother.
I am. The corporate structure needs to be maintained as a protective device for individuals who've created something, and you know that's why we don't want to own anything in our own names. It's because if somebody comes after you in your own name, they can't take your company. They can't.
You're talking about as it exists under the Roman Empire civil municipal model of government that presently exists. If we're talking about reverting to pure common law, all of that bullshit worry is going to go away.
We're not going to change people as a whole.
Right, but we are going to change legal fiction non-existent corporations. People will survive just fine, especially working class people. Those legal fiction corporations do nothing but function as a tool to insulate big fat cats from liability for their actions, their unjust enrichment. It's the concept of, quote, limited liability, unquote. That's what corporations are there for.
Let me ask you this. The people who work for General Motors now, whether it be Chevy or Pontiac or GM or whatever, what are they going to do if there's no more corporate structure?
They will run the machines to manufacture the cars as their local community precinct or county decides the factory should be run.
And who's going to own it and operate it?
The people that work there.
That'd be interesting.
Well, what's wrong with it?
I don't know. It'd be an interesting experiment, but I don't know.
Those ideas have been on the table for a long time, Jim. I'm surprised it's a novel idea to you.
No, I said it's an interesting idea, but I don't know for a fact that it would work because I haven't seen it implemented yet, and anybody try it that way.
Yeah. Well, people had trouble visualizing how the Wright brothers would fly the airplane too, but that didn't mean it wouldn't work.
It's not a possibility. I mean, Winco supposedly.
And with that, Charles, I have to leave. I got another phone call here, my regular phone.
Love you, Cliff. Thanks for hanging with us.
Oh, yeah, but I enjoyed every minute of it, buddy.
All right, bye now.
Thank you, Cliff. Good talking with you. Appreciate it. Okay. Still there?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I haven't seen anybody do that kind of thing. Like I was saying, I think the Winco stores are supposed to be employee-owned, but I haven't talked to any of the employees yet who are actually in any control. I mean, the store managers don't even...
Yeah. They're doing it wrong. They're doing a little bit of it right. They're taking a baby step in the right direction, but it's still totally screwed. What we're talking about is real empowerment, and it's just not existing yet. It's only if you can follow the ideas. It's like looking at a blueprint of the Wright brothers airplane. You got to have the mental capacity to comprehend how that engine is going to turn the prop fast enough to suck the air past the wings, fast enough to get the thing off the ground. If you don't got the mental capacity to comprehend that, then it's a pretty dead conversation.
Yeah. Granted, you've got to have a little bit of mechanical and other knowledge and expertise. Have a basic understanding of some physics principles.
Yeah.
Not the least of which is gravity.
Not the least of which is what?
Gravity.
Yeah.
Better understand gravity before you go up in the air. You better have a real good grip on that.
Yeah.
So we don't want to fly too high too fast because, we want to know for sure we're going to be able to come back down safely, and do it again, and keep doing it. So repeat the process, and repeat the process. That's what we need to do. If we go into the green areas that were referenced earlier to start this, the sanctuary areas, we can start to multiply what they have and what we have. We can teach them what we know and multiply what they've got and add to it, and then they can go on and multiply, by teaching other people. And that's what you're doing right now. You're multiplying your efforts and your knowledge, and you're putting it out there and sharing it. And they're going out there and discussing it with other people, and it spreads. You're planting seeds, and these are valuable heirloom seeds, as they call them. This is the real deal. So, non-genetically modified.
Natural organic.
Yeah, non-pasteurized, non-bastardized. Yeah, it's the whole thing. And that's what we need to do. And it's going to cost us financially a lot less because it'll take less time, less effort, less energy, less resources of every kind in the so-called green areas, because they've already got a grip on some of the basics. And one of the most important basics, the Second Amendment, as a last resort to protect ourselves from oppressive government or invasion. Hirohito said, no, we can't invade the Americas, or the United States of America. Are you kidding? There'd be a rifle behind every tree. Well, he was right. And this is why they want to take them away. We all know that. And that's why I was glad to hear, again, was it Chris, confirm about the troops?
That sounds like what his comments were,
in Mexico and in California and in Canada, and that's really spooky. And
it could go bad real quick.
And why would that be even allowed at this point? Because I don't understand that at all, because Trump we saw him walking almost hand in hand with Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un across the line at at North and South Korea. He was the first American to cross into North Korea. And they had an understanding, and there haven't been any more missiles fired since then, as I understand it. And things have been relatively quiet. And somebody was putting out the thought that Kim Jong-un had been, retired with a bullet in his head or something. And this is about a month ago. I read something about that on one website or another, but I haven't seen any evidence to support that, and I haven't seen it since. I've also seen some death reports, arrests and execution reports that I don't have any evidence to support. I haven't been shown any evidence. And among them on one list was Mike Pence. And I don't think that even makes sense to me. but I don't know. And the other Mike, they refer to as Big Mike. Some people call him Michelle Obama. Supposedly got a bullet in the head. And something that I have never heard of before was that Barack had been arrested, according to this same report. The Obama had been arrested and agreed, confessed on video and agreed to certain terms and conditions and, for life imprisonment as opposed to being hung or whatever.
Where do you get this bullshit, Jim?
I said I saw this on a arrested and or executed list. 100 and some.
I think you're indulging in intellectually inbred fear mongering campaign.
No, I said I haven't seen any evidence to support these allegations, and I was making a point that they said that the Obama had, as a condition of sparing his life, had rolled over on Michelle, so to speak, and then went back on his agreement and was, quote, put in front of a firing squad and shot in the back of the head. That doesn't make sense to me at all. When did we start?
How come we're wasting our time and energy talking about this shit, Jim?
No, I'm just telling you what I saw. This is some of the kind of stuff that's out there.
I know. There's stark, raving, mad stupidity out there, Jim. There's more of it than we can. If we sat on the phone here for another week, we wouldn't be able to put a dent in all the stupidity that people are sprouting out there.
I know, but we got to know what's out there. And I didn't know whether you'd seen any of that. So
I tried to avoid that kind of sensationalistic, right-wing, brain-bending propaganda.
Okay.
Let me turn off the recording here.